Hello everybody and welcome back to Rohan really because that's where we're at. Yeah, it's watermill time. Not sorry, windmill time. I guess it could be sort of a watermill, but it's with wheat instead of water. And that means we got a lot of stuff to do here. A lot of stuff to do. We got references all over the place here. I'm just gonna actually make sure that this one, for whatever reason, is not actually, we got ourselves another one right here that we're just going to move. 1 second here. See if we can do something with this here. Not quite sure why that one wants to be there. So we're just gonna maybe get rid of that one or not. And put that one there. And just, we're gonna delete this one here because that just wants to be in the way. So yeah, we're just gonna get rid of that one. So we got our moderator, Armored Wolf, in chat. How you doing? Well, I know how you're doing, and sorry about that. It's just wow. You just sometimes wonder what the heck else is going to happen. We pre-made a ton of parts here, and I mean a ton of parts, because you would have been watching me put this texture on there for hours, and I don't really think that's something that you want to do. As we got Deuce in the house too. Deuce, how are you doing? Speaking of houses, we are literally going to build a Rohan house here and then stick it on top of this platform, which we're not going to grab all these other bits and pieces of that just yet. And actually, we still have to make ourselves what's the rest of our door over here. So actually, what I'm going to do is grab, if I can find it, some of my stuff here. So Deuce, I hope that you're doing well. And well, I guess, well, it's not Friday here yet. It's not Friday here just yet. It's still only 11:27, so technically not Friday yet. And I'm just going to cut a couple small pieces here that I can maybe use. Here, let's just get a little bit of our glue out there, like so. And then we got to get some hinges for this thing as well. And I figured I'd just put those on there. Oh, well, we're doing other stuff. Now, I do have a whole bunch of cardboard. Well, at least I had a whole bunch of cardboard out here. Don't know where that went to now all of a sudden. Yeah, we had a whole bunch of it, and that has kind of disappeared. Here it is. And, of course, I just got rid of the scissors. Here, let's cut some of this. Hey, Commander Mark, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Let me see if I can find a place to put that. So, Commander Mark, I hope that you had yourself a good day, and well, probably a good week too. So, good, you can't actually see what's going on here. So what I'm trying to do is just create some hinges here if I can. Let me see. I'm glad that you had yourself a good day. That is always a plus. Well, that one didn't quite work as we had hoped it would. Let's see if we can get this one to work a little bit better right here. So glad that you had yourself a decent day. We're just going to try and make ourselves a big old windmill. This is going to be, it's going to be a rather colossal construct right here. Again, I have no idea how it's going to work out. It might be too big, it might be too small. I don't know, but I'm just kind of basing it on things that I've already done. And I figured, well, I mean, it's to scale with all the other Rohan stuff we've been doing. As we got oak and brush back in here. So a little bit of Dairy Queen. Well, you certainly can't go wrong with a little bit or a lot of Dairy Queen. And Commander Mark is now going to have senioritis, so congratulations there, Commander Mark. Let's see, so Oak and Brush, I hope that you've had a decent week too. Here, let me see if I can't get this stuff off of here. There we go. So congratulations there on your achievement. Get this glue out of the way. And I'm just going to see if I can't find myself some kind of a brush that I can use to make ourselves some hinges here. Just 4 quick little Hinges, nothing crazy, nothing special. Just realized before this all gets glued together, might not be a bad idea to do something like that. Here, let's use, well, of course that side's going to flip over and not let me use it. Okay, hinge number 1. Just trying to get these things on here real quick, like, not take forever. Because we got to get to gluing some of these parts. Because there's a lot of stuff to glue together, and then there's a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, alright, so glued together, good enough. And obviously what we are adding to is our, stuff like our great hall, our stable. Last week we were working on this, so this is a bit more vertical, like that previous structure right there. Let's see, next week our schedule will change, and it's probably the last time we'll attend the Thursday stream live. Well, sorry about that. Yeah, oak and brush, well, hopefully, well, obviously, like you said, hopefully watch them afterwards. But I know that's not quite the same as having you here. Now, it's always been really nice having you here, and as always, thanks for being with us when you can. Now, this is one of those where I just drew out the texture in advance. So first thing we're doing is just trying to make ourselves a little bit of a Rohan house. Here, let's get our sidewalls going right now. I'm glad you'll be able to catch the other ones. That was my concern. All of a sudden I was like, oh boy, hopefully you can still see the Friday and Saturday and Monday and all that. So again, all of this texture has been drawn in advance, like usual, right? But this thing, if you can see, sadly the reference that's over here, it just didn't want to be that shape. So we're looking at the references down in the corners over there. Well, so some sleep for Oak and Brush. I guess that's a plus. Armored Wolf and I can certainly attest to sleep maybe being a bit of a plus, because that's something that we do not ever get. So I can definitely see there being something positive about actually getting some sleep once in a great while. Let's see. Okay, and we might do a little bit of a trim on the end of this, which means grabbing this, and doing a little bit of a shave on the end of this here. And as always, using our rubber block just to try and keep this a safer process. Did we get that shaved enough? And it does seem that way. And we got to do this fast because that glue time is a wasting, right? When you got the hot glue going. Time's a wasting. Okay, we'll just get this thing glued together. Then we got to get a little bit of a roof on this thing. Then we're also going to have to build a whole contraption on top of it. We got this. We got this. All this stuff has to go on top of that because that's what makes the verticality of our actual water mill, right? As we wait for that to set just a bit. Where's I got a couple of pieces set aside already for the roof. Like so. And now we just kind of mark these guys wherever, see how much of an overhang do we really want on this. Not a bunch, that's for sure. This one's going to have to be kind of a tight overhang, a little bit tighter than what we're used to maybe. Again, a little bit of a cutting platform. We need one of these guys for sure. Looks like that's about where it needs to be. Ooh, let's start cutting this thing down. Hey, Kegafort. So Kegafort, the center pink foam, it's called underlayment foam. So it's literally made for flooring. So you're not going to find that in the insulation section. I can tell you that right now. You're going to find that, well, I think we found it years ago in the concrete section of all places. Not where we expected to find it, but that's where we found it. And again, it is not insulation foam. It is underlayment foam. So I suppose I would look for it in flooring. Let's do another one. You can hear the sound. Kind of sounds like a zipper. Uh-huh. Now I hear the zipper sound. Now, unfortunately, with this particular balsa wood, the grain goes in the opposite direction that I need it to. I mean, it is what it is. Not a big deal. All right, let's get our other piece cut over here too. No, I'm just gonna do this. Let's get our cut started over here. Like so. I did get myself a metal ruler with the cork on it, but I do believe that ended up in a whole different part of the house where I thought I was going to be filming these things. All those plans just sort of changed, so not really doing that. Okay, get that started. And now hopefully we'll hear ourselves that zipper sound. I'm going to give myself even more room between where the cut is and where my hands are. And I can hear that. See that? That's the zipper sound. And that means that it's now good to go. We're going to be getting to some eaves here really quick. I just realized that. Yeah, we're going to be getting to those eaves really, really, really quick. Here, let's mark where our roof is going to need to go. And then we'll get this on here. Get some glue going here real quick. Get our board on here. Because as soon as that goes on, I mean, that glue, that's setting really fast. Doesn't take very long. Get our little construction going here, and now we'll go this way. Again, gotta work fast. It clock's a ticking on that glue as soon as you put it on there. And it gets toasty. That glue gets a mite bit toasty, let me tell you. So Kegafort, I hope that you're doing well. All right, that's a real quickie. Now what we have to do is we have to make, of course, our little Rohan emblems and this sort of thing, right? I also have myself a little step right here that's going to go on that. Get you out of the way. Now, let me move a couple of things here because I want you to see this piece. Because the house actually sits right there. And then this goes around. And that basically supports our windmill right here. Let's see, Kegafort just got off of work. Well, hopefully you had yourself a decent day at work, not too much of a hassle. There's some of our thin cut we got. Look at this, I even texturized our 4x4s. I tried to do as much as I could before the stream because I mean, there's a lot to get to here. There's a whole lot to get to. So what I'm going to do is draw out this horsey here, and then we're going to start. We have to really kind of mass produce these guys. I know it's not going to be long enough. I'm going to say it has to be down to at least there. Okay. And we got to make 4 of these. So we'll start right off the bat here. And we might also zoom in a little bit here so that people can see what it is that we're doing. See if I can do this real quick. And I'll also maybe pump up the brightness a bit. And let's zoom in. All right, now I think people can see what it is that we're trying to do here. We're going to have to cut out a whole bunch of these. Now, of course, we have 2 different versions of this, right? We got the simpler version, and then we've got the more complex version, like this one. We also have to texturize these things. Okay, and I've also got to make sure that I can find some of my files. Well, not so much files, but here we go. Sanding sticks. Let's do the other one now. Well, let's just do 4 of these straight off the bat before we forget, because we'll do that. We will forget because I pretty much always do. Let's draw the rest of the horse head in here. Man, this is something usually we're doing hours in. We are usually not doing this soon in the process. That's kind of funny. Remember, we also have to texturize both sides. Remember when I realized that on our first building? That was quite the realization. See, I got a couple more of these to make, at least at this size. And gotta have the sharp X-Actos, that's for sure. They're not sharp. All they're gonna do is just end up tearing. They'll just end up tearing this stuff up. All right, our other 2 more of these guys.
Who enters my domain?
And who wants to bring us a piece of energy late at night? It's gonna be a piece of energy. Piece of energy, how are you doing? And thanks so much for the raid. I know it's been a couple of weeks since we last had a chance to raid you or see you. Hope that you're doing well. Hope that the stream went really good too. Well, this is our Terrain Thursday, right? And we are hard at work making ourselves, well, a rather colossal piece of terrain. As big as the other terrain pieces were, this house is just one tiny element. This is literally one small piece of the whole. Hey, Quanic, how are you doing? So, if you look at these references over here, yes, we are creating a water mill, and that's going to go with some of our other Rohan terrain, like our not-so-great Hall of Erkenbrand, our stable with a full interior as well, and of course the archery range. We made this last week. You can go back and watch all of these streams right here. This was our very first stream that we did weeks ago. I think it's actually about 5 weeks ago. And then we painted up that building. So yes, obviously we're making a Rohan terrain board. And this is one of the crazier buildings that we're going to be working on as we welcome in Grumdy as well. Grumdy, how you doing? I'm glad that you're well, Quanique. I appreciate you joining us here. So what I'm doing, this is the gabling that you see typically on the Rohan on those Rohan roofs, right? Kind of gives him that
So
distinct
say
look.
we all.
And thank you so much, Grumdy. That's appreciated. We'll just let that drop right down in here. 13 months. Thank you so much. I spent hours today cutting all this stuff like and texturizing it because I didn't think you were going to want to watch me doing all of this texture on the boards here and such. So yeah, this is I think going to be the biggest terrain piece in some ways. But this is the stuff that does this little routine right here, right on the roof. So that's what we're trying to get going right now. Here, let's move some of this stuff out of the way. And I think I still need to do one more of these. Let's see if we can find a side that has less interference on it. I'll have this be the lead side here. Well, I don't know. It may not end up being the lead side now that I think about it. I don't always have a choice about that. So thanks again, Grumdy. I appreciate that. Here, we'll get our horse head on there. Now, I do have, and I'm hoping to get this ready, I guess, for Saturday here. So this is hopefully what we might be doing on Saturday. I cannot make any promises because I don't know the feasibility of getting it on camera and all those other sort of things that kind of go along with that. But that's our hope anyways. If it works out, that's great. If it doesn't work out, there's plenty of things we can work on, right, for our Saturday. Well, actually, that might not be the only thing we're working on. That might be one of the things we're working on. I don't think we'll be able to paint any of the terrain pieces because, well, they're just too darn big. All right. I think now we can start to texturize some of this stuff. And that's basically what we got going here. So I'm hopefully going to remember to save that piece and not use it or lose it or whatever. Of course, as soon as I say that, you know what that means. I am cursed to end up losing that somewhere. And remember, we got to do both sides of this. We're going to start out making it look like the horse's mane. And then it's just going to become wood texture here, wood grain. And the grain is constantly changing. It's going to go this way now. We're going to have a little knot in the wood right there. Let's do the other side now. And nose, eyes, that. And then some mane, which then is going to become wood grain. I'm going to have to buy a whole bunch of ballpoint pens. I mean, just cheap old ballpoint pens, but I'm going to have to buy dozens of these things because I think I wiped out 4 of them just today. That was the other reason why I just kind of said, well, I think I'm just going to texture these off camera. Or all those other pieces that you saw. Because, yeah, time after time, the ye old pen was running out of juice there. So we'll get all 4 of these guys with their texture on them. Then we can glue those onto our roof here. And then I think I'm going to do the base section that goes here. I have to kind of do this in stages here. If I do it all at once, well, it's going to be too big. I mean, it'll literally be too tall for the camera. I also have to build, and we even have, this is for our panels right here, frosted mini wheats. What do you think? What do you think they do at a mill, right? They make frosted mini wheats. Drax, how you doing? So if everyone could please give Drax a follow because, well, Drax, his next stream is gonna be on Sunday. He streams Sunday through Wednesdays. Grumdy, that's not gonna do anything. It's just literally the stuff cures when it cures. And you know me, I'm not interested in ever promoting the oils to dry any faster than they would naturally. So yeah, I don't think that's going to have any kind of an effect because again, they just cure, right? The oil cures when it cures. Let's see, do I have that sitting up here somewhere? Oh, I did actually film a video painting acrylics over oils. That'll probably get posted either tomorrow or the next day, something like that. But yeah, I did actually film a video of painting oils or acrylics over oils. Sorry, thinking of that backwards. Uh, well, Drax, I mean, it's obviously it's always your choice, but just read the fine print. Read the fine print because I think what's happening is that people aren't reading the fine print on a lot of these conventions, and they're finding out that, well, to be honest, half the vendors aren't there, and a lot of other things aren't happening, and that's kind of in the fine print. And all the other restrictions are, yeah, they're sort of buried right at the end. So I don't mean to be the bearer of bad news, but I would say you might want to look a little bit close. Look at the fine print for sure. Because once people started looking at the fine print of a few conventions, they said, oh, well, I think I might just wait till next year. Here we go. Yeah, Electron, this is, I just realized, what do you think made the shredded wheat, right? It's the windmill. That's what makes the shredded wheat that keeps us all regular, nice and regular. And I think, did we get the first side of this? Yeah, we did get the first side of that. So we just have one more of these guys to texturize here, and then we gotta cut these out. For for 2022. Now, I mean, again, it is that's even that, unfortunately, right? If it was, well, that's Adepticon. That's why we're saying that's our first one back because that's not until late March. But definitely look at whatever kind of posted information they have because I think with a few other conventions, people have not been looking at the posted info, kind of thinking it's just going to be a regular convention back to normal. And all right, keep going with our texture. We almost got these guys ready for the part that is it's different every single time because every single roof pitch is just a slightly different size. There. Did we get both sides? We got both sides. All right, we're good to go now. And if I can just, I do have some right over here even. Well, that's convenient. That is not so convenient. Oh, look at this. It's a pile of hay or something. Yeah, let's see what we can do with this guy. Oh, that was a little too much there. And all we're gonna do is just try and round that edge out so it's a little less flat, a little less straight. Something that well, of course, once I'm done with all the Rohan houses, I'll know exactly how to make them all. That's how every project is, right? Piece of Energy is, looks like they're going to Adepticon. I mean, obviously the other thing is that Adepticon, it's our home convention. Well, we are on this, we are actually on the staff of that, so. And it's one of those things where getting all the stuff I need to get there is just more a matter of piling it into the vehicle as opposed to putting it in boxes to ship it somewhere. or try and sneak it on a plane or whatever. So that's why Adepticon is always going to be our primary convention and might just be the convention each year. Okay, there's our second one. Yeah, actually, Electron, in some ways. Now, of course, that would have been us years ago at the bunker. We don't have we don't have any place like that anymore, anyways. So, yeah, that we didn't lose anything like that once all the craziness started. I know that a lot of people did. A place where they could just kind of hang out and do stuff. Okay, this is our last one right here. Again, all I want to do is just get a little bit of a rounder edge to some of this, and we not have it look like it was just cut with an X-Acto knife. Same back here. Got to be pretty easy with this though, because it'll take a big chunk out of this. It's easy to sand this stuff, but it's also easy to sand this stuff, which means some of it will get wiped out. Okay, here we're gonna see what we can do here. Hey Maverick, how you doing? It's in driving. Yes, so Drax, if it's within driving distance, that definitely changes things. You don't have to mess around with planes or anything like that. So that's definitely a big part of the equation, I would say. Oh, thanks, Peace Energy. Let's see, meeting some great folks and heading up to Milwaukee after. That should be really fun. So don't mind me if I just kind of, we're just trying to get this thing marked here. So I kind of have to hold it here in my lap, sadly. Just trying to get a mark on this here. Okay. So I think I've got a mark here and here now. And, whoops, wrong way. And it looks like that's going to have to cross over there. So I'm going to make sure that that is somewhat level. Seems that way. I'll cut this way. Cut this one this way. But before we forget, how's about we got to remember to mark this. So once I cut this, I have to remember to mark that. Okay. I'm going to get some glue on this here. Mr. Floofers, well, thanks for signing up, and I'm glad that they've been helpful. Now, there's going to be another one popping up either tomorrow or the next day, and I actually just did film another episode last night. Now that I still have to get that edited and rendered and uploaded and all that kind of stuff, but yep, there was, we did do another video last night. Okay, let's make sure that we cut this where it needs to be cut. Like so. And then, I guess like this. And then let's make sure that we do this the right way on this guy too. Now, let's do it this way right here. Cut you there. And let's cut you here. Hey, MTellies, how you doing? Yeah, MTellies, Landras was saying you guys are gonna do some Stargrave there. Hey, Greenleaf Terrain Studio, how you doing? Folks, if people could give MTellies a follow too, that would be fantastic. Local group tends to rent a van, and half the people just fly in and out, and you haul their armies. Well, thank you so much, Piece of Energy. I appreciate that. Let's see, which way is this going to go? This way here. So let's get this guy glued on first. Hey, Landrest. Landrest is in now. So Landrest, welcome in. MTEL is just arrived, and now he said what you were saying about the what you guys will be doing. All right, there we go. So we'll pop this thing on too, like so. Right there. This goes a whole lot easier than it did the first time when we were doing this kind of stuff. Oh my goodness, that was some crazy stuff there. Let's see. So thanks, Mr. Floofers. I really do appreciate that. And there's a whole lot more coming. All right, I'm gonna see if I can't get rid of some of the extra glue there. All right, so we've got our roof line there. We have to do that again on the back over here. And let's make sure we have this at least pointed in the correct direction. I think so, yeah, with the short side there. And I think it's got to go right about like this. So I'm going to try and mark that here the best as I can. It's taken a little less time to do this, I have to say. I think it's taken less time to get through this process here. Okay, and then glue this puppy on here. Big Chewy Failson, thank you so much. I'm not sure if you've seen some of the other pieces that we have done here over the last, gosh, it's been 5 weeks now. It's been 5 weeks since the big Rohan terrain project began. And it all started here. It all started with this one. I think everybody remembers this one. We painted that up on a Friday. So essentially what we're doing is we're taking this size house and we're sticking it on top of this water mill thing here. So that's what we're doing. So Big Chewy, if you see these references down here in the corners, that's the windmill that we are constructing. So here is the Great Hall that we made. That's got an interior. So does the stable. And then this is what we made last week. This is the archery range. That was really, really, really fun. And again, here's our first building that we made, which of course we set on fire. And that is for our Dunlending and Wolves of Isengard to raid and do some stuff too. So yeah, since this is a windmill, this is not going to have any regular windows on it. All right. So let me see if we can just make sure that's going to be about what I want. Yep, it actually does fit right. Wow. So we've actually, I think we've been able to measure this about the way we need to. Again, the glue settles fast, so we got to move quick here, right? And time is a wasting. Let's make sure we got that lined up there. Now it's time for our gabling piece up here. Get you stuck on here. And we'll just get rid of any excess glue there. All right, so now, again, this is the part that's going to be sitting on top of a whole nother set of constructions, and then there's something that sits on top of that. So what we're going to do is back out of this now, because now you can see that. Let me see. So yes, if people could also give mTillies a follow, that would be fantastic. We got these pieces over here.
Who enters my domain?
However, first we're going to welcome Mini Monster Paints. Mini Monster Paints, how the heck are you doing? Here, we'll introduce our new raiders as to what kind of insanity is going on here. And thank you so much for the hey Gail tip. Nice to see you again. How are you doing? I'm glad that you're doing well there, Mini Monster Paints. This is Terrain Thursday, and we just put actually the gables on. This is part one of about 5 here, because this is only just a basic portion of the construction. There's actually stuff that goes on top. There's stuff that goes underneath. There's a whole set of walls here. We've got this item over here that house is going to be sitting on top of. I'm glad that you're doing well. And Amashtig, how are you doing? So let's put it this way. This building will rival the size of our archery range. And that's technically about, I think, a 3-story building right there. Almost close to 3.5 stories. And we started 5 weeks ago with this building, which we painted and set on fire. Then we made the not so great Hall of Erkenbrand that actually does have an interior, and actually I've been printing out tons of stuff for the inside of that, some really fabulous things. We have our Rohan stable right here, and this is really nifty because it's got enough room in it. It has eight stables, so you can have 8 horses in there, the removable roof, the whole thing. Then again, our archery range here, which basically has a removable roof because it's kind of like a semi-fortress as well. Let's see. And MT always needs to paint his clan Asher gang. All right, here, let's make sure we get these in the right spot here. Okay, I just want to make sure, and I think I can just go ahead and glue these guys together. Yeah, we'll glue these guys together first. Yeah, short side to the long side. Let's do that. Let's get these guys stuck together. So we're using our hot glue here. This is underlayment foam, by the way. This is not insulation foam. Electron, they already have ladders. Yep, that has ladder. You just can't, obviously that angle doesn't show them there. Seidro, thank you so much. That is appreciated. Yep, there's a Hobbits in the chat. So yep, Electron, we made some ladders and we made some stairways, but they are not actually in the photos right there. Okay, there's our another piece here. Not worried about the bottom there because, well, guess what? That is all going to be covered with our roof texture. So here, let's just make sure that that's going to sit there. Yeah, actually, Electron Hexagon, it was really fun making those stairways. Way more fun than I thought. So Mini Monster Paints, thank you so much for that raid, and you have a good night. So for all the new folks that are maybe not used to what the heck is going on here, we usually are painting here, but Thursdays, well, sometimes, and we're just gonna let that glue set. Sometimes we're converting things, like so. Sometimes we're sculpting things, like here we go. Sometimes it's been a sculpting Thursday where we sculpted this from scratch. And sometimes we're also sculpting busts from scratch, like our Eowyn bust right here. But you never quite know what's going to be happening on a Thursday. Lately, it's been terrain because we have lots of terrain that needs to be made. And that can go right there. And that is not a chimney. That's no chimney. That's for our water mill. Our windmill, sorry. All right, so that can fit there. So Electron, The reason why Rohan buildings catch fire so easy is that they don't have any fire safety. They have no chimneys, and that is confirmed because the GW building does not have a chimney. So that is why the Rohan buildings catch fire so easily. It's a flaw in that civilization's design theories, obviously. And of course, we run out of glue right at the wrong time. Let's just make sure we have enough here just to keep this going. We want this to be really strong because there's a ton of weight that's going to be sitting on top of this guy here. And I mean a lot of weight. And I'm just going to shoot some extra glue in there. Take this, and I don't mind pulling some of it down because that can just be extra roof texture there. But I do want to make sure we have as much contact as possible. All right, that is more like it. Because we have a whole nother level that's got to go on top of it. That's going to be this level right here. And then our windmill kind of goes off of that. Let's see. Here, let's now what we're going to do next. Where's my 4x4s here? There they are. I think I might just be able to cut this. And that's what's going to get us our next level up here. And let me see, just how tall is that going to be? And that would let me clear the roof about there. Yep, so I'm going to stick this piece on here too. Which means we need to measure this thing up first. 1 second here. Because I'd like to just put my score that texture in here if I can. Not sure that's going to work, but we'll see if it does. Of course, I can't find my rubber block that I really need, so I'm just going to grab the other one since that one has suddenly disappeared right underneath this. Might also take some pictures along the way, so don't be surprised if that happens. But first, let me see if I can make a new edge on this. I know this is not the most thrilling thing here, but what I'd like to have... Yeah, that's a little smoother edge to work with now. And I don't want this, because this is where they used a hot wire cutter on it. And I don't really want that. Okay, I think that's going to work. And I think that's going to work. So let's try this now. And then we've got to draw some wood grain texture in this. After we get this puppy sliced here, gotta remember not to go too far too fast. Don't want to tear that up too much. If we tear it up a bunch. Let's see. Like, where did my line go? There it is. See, I thought it was because they couldn't exactly use the mountaintop towers like Gondo. No, they saw the, Well, yeah, that's, you would think they would just use a first alert or something like that, but, yeah, you'd think they'd use the first alert instead. It would be much faster, wouldn't it? Alright, I'm just going to make sure that that actually fits on here. It seems like it does. But I'm actually going to cut this and refine this edge a little bit at the same time. Hopefully it does two things at once. And I know a lot of folks, they talk about, what about your Proxon? What about the Proxon? Yes, I have a Proxon. Proxon doesn't fit on camera, so you wouldn't be able to see any of this. So I wouldn't do you a whole lot of good. All right, now it's time for some wood grain texture. Now there's some things like a lot of our Gondor terrain and some of our Easterling terrain that probably we might have to do some Proxon cutting beforehand, because there's going to be some more complex cuts, and I like those to be a little bit less chunky, so that we might be using the Proxon for some of those advanced cuts. As far as making the ship goes, I'm not sure that the ship is really going to fit anywhere close to on screen here. So we might do some of the more decorative parts of it. Okay. Now I think we can get that stuck on here. It's a little bit better now. Okay, and then we've got to get ourselves some borders on this too. You know what? I'm just going to stick an extra piece onto that. Yeah, that's what I'll do, because I don't care. I'm all good with that. So let's get our larger chunk on here real quick like. And I pick the one edge that I don't really care much for. Okay, that sticks out a little bit. And then let me find one of my extra little pieces here that I can use to give me a little bit more of an overhang. Like this. I'm going to draw in some quick texture. Ah, good, you can still see what I'm doing here. Okay. And then that will just go on there. Like so. And there. So now we've got ourselves a little bit of overhang that we can take advantage of here. Let me see, where's my other, I just had that out here, there it is. I'm gonna move this out of my way just a little bit. There. And now I need some more decorative pieces along the edge there. And what I'm going to try and see is among our scrap pieces here, what do we have? That's not going to be it. We need to hang on to these guys. We can't be using those. But we can use this right here. And I'm just going to cut myself some more thin pieces. Hey, Sarge. Sarge, well, I know it was welcome back to work week there. Look at this. It's Sarge has all the faces right there. He's got Mr. Giggles. He's got Birdie. He's got Jeeves. He's got all the fun guys, right? So Sarge, thanks so much for the bits. Hopefully your week at work wasn't too much of a pain there. I'm sure it's just never as fun as Mr. Giggles, right? I'm sure it's never as fun as Mr. Giggles, but hopefully you're able to make the best of it. Okay, let's get again another section cut here. Okay. And I think I'll do a couple more of these, maybe. What the heck? I think we need some more. And hopefully you can see what we're doing here. Hey, Speckus Spud, how you doing? I do apologize if I miss things in the chat because we do have things like hot glue guns and razor blades and other kind of stuff in motion. So that's that means we gotta definitely keep an eagle eye on what's happening here. So we're doing this a little bit different than we did for the archery range where we ran those posts up. The post went through because, well, we needed that hollow area in the center because that's where you're going to have some guys taking some positions. This obviously is going to be more of a closed environment here. Move this to where maybe you can actually see what's going on here. I'm going to actually bring this thing back so I can make some of my cuts. That's more like it. Okay, and we'll just cut a couple of these and do some texture. Gotta do our wood grain texture like always here. Like so. So Sarge, I know I think you had yourself maybe some yummy meats. Did you actually get a chance to do any kind of painting stuff at all? I know that, well, there's other things too besides just painting miniatures on a rare weekend off, right? A little bit of glue here. Get you in place. Like so. Let's see. Another one here. Definitely glad I got tons and tons of these glue sticks. Like 100 of them. Because I'm going to need to get more very soon, actually. Do our other side here. Hopefully not snapping the gabling off of our roof. Get that cut. And then we're going to have to make several more of these. Well, not a couple more. Maybe like 4 more, I think. Okay, that should fit there. A little texture for you. Little wood grain. Tell you, I'm going to have to buy a ton of these pens. Like 50 of them or something. Because we really tear through these guys on these projects for making our texture. All right, one more. I think I've already got it cut, so I'm just gonna do my texture here. Let's see, only hobby stuff, assembling a couple of Blood Knights. Hey, Tukule, how you doing? Nice to see you again, Tukule. Hey, Triple Bummer. Let's see, this is one to keep them. So yeah, Triple Bummer, this is our part of our Rohan terrain board here. So this is actually one part of the windmill. Literally, it's just one part of it. And think of it as a tower structure here like our archery range was, except instead of a tower with some shooting holes in it, think of it more as a tower with a windmill coming off of it with some blades. So we got to do some more cuts here. So just let me cut myself a couple of more pieces here. I think I'm just going to use this instead of the other ruler. Might make me let me get some thinner cuts here, I think. Yeah. So this is why I like the pink foam, because I can certainly cut it into these smaller sections. Now the other reason why I don't need to use the Proxon as much as others is because I have the mat cutter, and that's what I've already used to make a lot of these cuts. So when people say, why aren't you using the Proxon? It's like, well, I sort of have something that can do the very rough cuts, at least the bigger rough cuts that normally some folks would use a Proxon for. And I can sort of save the Proxon for the things I really need it for. Polly Principal, how are you doing? So Polly, hopefully, well, maybe the, whatchamacallit, the Friday/Monday streams will be easier. Oh, look at that. Is a perfect angle right there. That is the perfect angle. Let me see if I can also then mark this up and then try and get this angle cut right here and then save that piece so I don't lose it. Now, for whatever reason, that ended up a little on the shy side, but not a big deal because, again, roof texture. We have roof texture going there. Fortunately, we don't need to put quite so much onto that because, well, there's that's like the least amount of roof space we've got to cover ever. Okay, and now we'll do this side here. Okay, we'll cut you like so, get some texture on there. Also, let's not lose this thing, because wrong way. It's gotta go. Yeah, I want it to go the other way. Let's do this way here. Now, what the heck? We'll just go this way with it. Draw some texture on this side. Actually, that is the way I wanted it, so never mind. And are you going to fit there? Yes, you are. That's good. Sergeant won't be able to hang out. You got Saturday and Sunday off. Well, Sarge, let me show you what I'm hoping anyway. I'm hoping that I'll be able to work on this. I'll show you in just a second here. I got to get this thing glued on. I don't know quite how we'll be working on this, but this is the thing I was hoping to do on Saturday here. So we'll see if we can work on that on Saturday. Again, it kind of depends what fit on screen, the usual things. Hopefully it does. So yeah, Polyprint, so I hope that maybe things like the Friday stream, the Saturday, well, the Saturday stream starts pretty, more like, I don't know, late at night, I think. If I can, well, it's not going to start at 3, that's for sure. I wonder, no, I'm just going to let you, I'm going to cut off the end here. That's it. This is why I really love the pink foam. Look at that nice little piece right there. So Sarge, it's 1/48 scale because I wanted those for bolt action. And I know people get all kinds of crazy about 1/48 scale, 2 this, that. No, 1/48 scale is actually, I mean, that's really the right scale. The whole 1/50th scale of bolt action is actually kind of on the wrong side. But that's what they're intended for, is for our bolt action games. Essentially, well, it can be used as an air attack. There are such things in bolt action, but what I really want it for is just like an airfield type of a thing, right? Something like that. Here, I'm just going to try and square that off a little bit more. We'll do some textures just so I know which the hex side is which. Then we'll try to measure this here. Again, Get that cut. And then which way do we need this to go? We need it to go this way. And hopefully that fits where we need it to. And I'm going to shave off the end of this too, just like we did on the other one. Off the end a little bit. And then it's going to fit right in there. Like that. Okay. And that's going to add a little extra structure to this now. So now that this again is what we have to build the windmill on top of. We also are going to have to build the front of our house there too. I'm going to throw this on here just to get that on there, because I think it'll be important to know where this is in advance. Okay, there's our little stepway. So there's our, that is the middle portion. Again, look at this thing here. That's the middle portion. So what we got to do now is we have to start to build the big section here. So we'll put that stuff away. And now we got to get this thing cleaned off so that we can build all of this other stuff here. Oh, we're just only getting started here. We're literally just beginning this. Here, let me get, again, my pieces out of the way here. Get this knife out of the way. All right, so 6 is going to go over here. 2 goes right there. And 3 is going to go over here. So I think it's time to start gluing stuff down. Let's see. Yeah, Sarge, it just, well, you know me with the whole Battle of Midway thing and everything else. Now, of course, sadly, the one thing you can't get of Shattered Sword is the audiobook. That's the one thing you can't get. You can get everything else, you just can't get the Shattered Sword audiobook, which is the only way I'm ever going to be able to do the book thing, right? Is if it's an audiobook, which is a little bit distressing. All right, so these are all pieces that I cut in advance and textured in advance. And this is what's going to form the base that this whole structure sits on. So I think, yeah, you can see that emerging, right? Okay, let's get our piece number 6 here. So yeah, we spent several hours earlier today cutting all of these pieces in advance and texturizing them. So again, hopefully you can get a little bit of an idea what that looks like. Now there is another piece that I've got here, which is our interior support, which I also have to cut down because I actually changed the height of this. So just give me a second to record the change in height on this piece right here. And then we'll get back to what we're doing this way. All right, so I think we're going to start with, where's our piece number 4 here? That was the easier way it seemed to do it before, so we're going to start again with piece number 4 here. Polly, I have no idea. I don't work that way. That I just basically it's more like a cathedral, like a Gothic cathedral, or it's kind of drawn in the dirt and it just sort of goes up. All right, Sarge, thanks so much for hanging out as long as you could. You have yourself a good night's sleep. I know you got a long day of work ahead of you tomorrow, but looking forward to seeing you over the weekend for sure. So yeah, Poly Principal, I just sort of start drawing these things out, and I actually have, from this GW building, I was able to extract 1, 2, 3, 4 key measurements. Those are the only things that I just made those 4 pieces, and that's when I made the, well, here you can also see this one. That's, again, so 1, 2, 3, and 4. So those are the 4 pieces that I was most interested in, and everything has been scaled and built from those 4 pieces ever since. Here, I'm gonna get some glue in there again and just make sure that that actually gets glued together there. And we're just gonna hold on to this for a second here. So yeah, I don't, none of this stuff is plotted on any kind of a 3D software or anything like that. It just kind of happens. Okay, where's my piece number? Ah, okay. I'm just gonna push you out just a smidge there. We'll get our glue on this guy. There's a porch that goes over the top of this anyways, so not a big deal. All right. I'm just going to, again, have to hang on to this for a little while just to let the glue set. If you mean the textured stuff, Polly, it's you pretty much just have to draw that by hand. It really doesn't, it's not that bad drawing in the texture. It's really, it's not so bad. Because the foam is just gonna, it can be a little bit tricksy sometimes, be a little bit fragile. All right, and we'll just, again, hang on to this. Because the texture is different weights and lengths. Oh, actually, we did forget to roll this over the top here. So that would have been easier done when it was flat, but we'll just have to do it now because we sort of forgot to do this. It was something I wanted you guys to see. It does kind of show you how strong and flexible this material is, right? That I can still do something like this even after it's been glued on there. Here, let's do that here. Yeah. So yeah, this is something I wanted to do before. However, it's been a distracting couple of days, to say the least. I think we just got one more wall here to do. Again, that's where we just put our glue. Let's roll this across here now. Okay. That actually has to go away for a second while we also cut our interior support here. Let's see if I can grab myself this ruler. Get this thing cut like so. Might even let that get cut down a little bit more over here. Hey, Michael, how you doing? Let's bring you back. just to make sure that that is the height we want it to be. So it's actually not quite the height that we wanted. So we'll take you away, maybe even cut a couple of other pieces of this if we can find something. So I just trim a little bit of this away. Okay, and that might just do it right there. That's more like it. There we go. Let's see. So, Michael, I hope that you're doing well. Yeah, Michael, the weather definitely. Well, when I was doing all the green stuff on these guys here, this was one of my tutorial videos, and the green stuff, it went from 42 degrees to 87 degrees in a heartbeat, and that just created all kinds of mayhem with everything I was trying to work on. That was definitely no fun. I'm just gonna put you there. And get you over here. So let's, I think we can do something like that. That's gonna give us some cross-bracing support for our building that's gonna go in here. We might just do one more piece that goes that way as well. If we can just find something. Oh, we'll just cut the rest of this piece too. Why not? Yeah, now that's what I really I used to use foam core. And foam core is nice. However, with foam core, as soon as paint hits it, it just starts to warp, which is not super handy, right? That is not terribly handy when the foam core starts to warp. Quick action with our glue gun here. Again, I know this is not the most interesting thing to see ever, but it's kind of important. Another piece right here. All right. It's already starting to feel a little bit stronger here. Everything's kind of supporting. One piece supports another piece. Let's see. So yeah, actually this that's going to be an open doorway right there, so we'll have to do something for that piece. And I think I'm just going to have this go right about here. Let's see. Electron, I hang on to everything. I have all of the Wild West Exodus terrain. I have all of my army display boards.
Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Blue Spins. Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja. This is one heck of a windmill. So that's we keep all of the stuff that we've got. We have all of our bolt action terrain. So we'll just kind of go through some of the terrain. So obviously we still have our Sisters of Battle board. I still have my Lizard Man stuff. I still have all of my bolt action terrain. Let me see if we can get to our, yeah, I have all my bolt action terrain, tons of terrain that we made for that. I still have my bolt action army board. Let's see, we still have, where's our lizards here? So I still have, I can just find them, our tomb, I still have my display board there. I still have all of my lizard man terrain, and of course even the army board that we made for that. So we have all of that terrain, because you never know which terrain, and all my Wild West Exodus terrain too. Now, this is the bit that goes on top of that, like so. Here. And I'm just gonna take a little peek at this here and see exactly where this needs to go. And it looks like it's making contact with all the stuffs there. All right, that's good. Back here too, back there. I think we can push it forward a little bit and still have some contact made. That is good. All right. So that's gonna come back off here, because we also need to have some stuff along the edges there. And I'm gonna see if I've got anything. I don't think these, I think these are too small right here. Yeah, those are just a little, although it would be, no, we need something bigger and heftier than that for sure. We're not gonna use these pieces. What about some of these guys? Nah, it'd be too difficult to get those cut. So that means we'll have to go back to some foam here. I was almost tempted to just do something like that, but I don't think we're going to go quite so thick with that. I do have pieces like this right here. And actually, if I cut this down, it'll be just about it's almost the right size anyway. So here, let's set this guy off to the side. Let's see if we can do a little bit of cutting and slicing here. And I'll just use this bit underneath here as a cutting board. I usually don't like to do that, but sometimes we just have to do stuff. Let's see. Oh yeah, and actually, thanks so much, Electron Hexagon, for reminding me. If everyone could please also check out Armored Wolf's Etsy page and look at all the fantastic items that Armored Wolf has there. I mean, they're literally works of art. So I think you might be very interested to see what Armored Wolf has to offer. Check out the dice bags. We talk about those all the time. But there is more than the dice bags, so you might want to look at those. All right, I'm going to come back to this now. And what I'm looking to do is make a whole bunch of trim pieces here. I guess you would say these are 1/8 of an inch. And nothing has to be exact. It's going to be some wood trim around the. That's why I wasn't worried if the rock sections didn't come into full contact with each other. They actually came into contact with each other way better than I expected. So I was kind of surprised there. But we need a bunch of these guys. This is why I did an awful lot of texturizing and cutting in advance. These I couldn't really do. I just didn't know what I was going to need. When you're doing, now of course now that I've done one of these, it would be a whole different thing to do another one. And obviously, you know, I probably, in some ways you would like this to be smaller than it is, but if you're going to have guys on the terrain piece and actually doing stuff, it had to be bigger, because you have to accommodate the figures, the bases, that sort of thing. And that's what I was hoping to do. I don't want my terrain to just be sitting there, just not doing anything. I really want that terrain to actually be doing stuff. Which means making maybe a little bit bigger terrain than you ordinarily might. Let's see. Yeah, Artemico, like I was saying, think of it that I already kind of have a Proxon, and that is my mat cutter. I have the regular Proxon too, but that's going to be for things like windows, crenellations, specialty cuts, whereas a lot of the big, more industrial type cuts, it's actually easier for me to do those with the with my mat cutting machine, because what happens there is I don't end up with the foam cutting edge, which the heat of that blade cutting it actually does sort of take away some of the sculpting ability like this. If this was a heat thing, there's no way I could sculpt like this or or put this texture on here. So it's kind of important. These are kind of things that you don't really realize until you, well, I didn't realize. I went to, on the first building, I went to put texture on an area. Well, what the heck's going on here? Why is it all crispy here? And then I realized, well, that's where the heat blade basically had hit it and sort of seared it. Okay, we're just gonna get as much texture on these guys as we can. We have a bunch of them to do, because I know there was what, seven sections that we added with the stone, and there's actually still another one that I've got to add that's going to have an entrance way, but that's going to be more of a wood entrance way instead of stone. Basically some kind of a door or whatever. So I will need to also cut some texture into that, or carve some texture anyways. So hopefully this is all we need. We might need to do some more. All right, we'll get this stuff out of the way. We'll bring back our big piece here. And hopefully those are all about the right size. We can shave them down easy enough. All right. And what I've got to do now is glue all these guys right here. So this, see that open edge right there? I'm not worried about it, because now I've got these pieces of wood that are going to go right there. I guess I'm going to have to get me some more glue. Well, I mean, I still have a good probably 80 sticks left or so, but yeah, that's definitely going to... Do I really want to? I was thinking, nah. I was just thinking, should I maybe bevel this? I'm actually going to grab my rubber block here and see if I can. Just a smidge. You know what? I'm going to use this, because this piece is just short enough. So there. Yeah, I was able to basically bevel that a little bit. Okay, well, catch you later, Commander Mark. So thanks so much for hanging out, and hopefully we see you Friday. Yeah, so Friday is going to be, I'm going to have to paint lizard men again. The skinks that we've been working on, because, well, we need to make some funds, so that means painting some of those lizards. I'm going to pop you right there. And then this piece will also get the same sort of a bevel here. So see that? And that's just going to sit right over there, right on top of that. Cover that up nice. Okay. Aha, yeah. So again, I didn't have to worry about the stone pieces not lining up exactly the way I wanted to. Now here, this is going to go a little bit off camera. I apologize for that, but it is what it is. Okay. Get you stuck on there. And again, another beveled piece here. The more comical aspect of the foam is that it will have a bit of a static electricity charge sometimes, and it will sometimes stick to you or to things that are maybe not the original target, but it is what it is. Hey, Angry Ham, how you doing? Nice to see you again. Hopefully you got yourself a fun session planned for the weekend. I don't see any kind of I don't see any hiccup in my signal, so I think I don't think that was on this end here. Because I just looked, and normally you would see a big old dip or something like that if there was something crazy going on. All right, here I'm just gonna again give it a slight little bevel right here. Boy, there's some definite static electricity right there. What's going to be really entertaining is making the actual windmill blades, I guess if that's what you want to call them. That could be quite humorous. I'm really glad that I'm doing this, because that really does finish that off nicely. Again, a little bit bummed that I didn't get a chance to roll this onto my stones as much as I wanted to. But we'll hit it again here before we... I mean, I can still, off camera, do some texturizing of that. It doesn't have to have a ton of texture. It kind of gets the point across. I think I might have actually cut enough of these guys here. I've got a couple more rows to do here, so just bear with me. I realize that we can't, it's kind of hard to see what's going on there. A little bit of allergies for Angry Ham. That doesn't sound like fun. The usual seasonal allergies, I'm going to guess there.
Who enters my domain?
Well, now that is, I wasn't sure if Love and Music was still going to be streaming at this time. So if everybody could please give Love and Music a follow, that would be fantastic. Love and Music, how the heck are you doing? I saw that just as I was going live, that's when I saw that you were live. So sorry that I couldn't join you in your stream. But yeah, we're building some more crazy terrain. Here, let's not lose that piece while we're at it. We're working on, this is part of our Rohan windmill right here. So this is one part of it that's actually going to be sitting on top of that, of all things, if you can believe that. Let's see. Yeah, Angry Him, it does, well, here we skipped spring, we went to summer, and then we went back to winter, and now we're back to summer. So it went from 40 degrees, now it's going to be practically 40 degrees Celsius here. So Love and Music, I hope that you're doing good, and if you got any Instagrams of stuff that you've been working on, feel free to obviously, pop that into the chat. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to throw this out here too, just for the heck of it. I will cut that down the tiniest smidge there, and we are just going to, I have them. I might as well put them on here while I'm thinking about it. And that means pulling this stuff out, doing this on the other side here. Also not losing that piece. So that's the trim pieces that we've been doing on the sides here, and we got one more that's going to go right over here, and that'll take care of it. Okay. There we go. All right, so we've got that in place. Now, where's our big old piece that goes on top of all this? That's right here. So we haven't forgotten this yet. And this is the thing that the house goes on top of, right? But we've got these 4x4s here. Remember these guys, right? Well, we need to make ourselves little bit of an entrance way there. And then over here, there's a porch over there. And I'm going to find my building reference. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to cut these guys down to size here. Nope, actually, I'm going to try and do this. I have to make sure these are somewhat level here. So I'm going to actually grab ye old ruler here. Let's see. I got a few weeks of nice weather, and then the summer soup begins. So currently the group is split, and the next session will be split into another half. And then there will be a mouse with no equipment. So they're going to be turned into mice. All right, did the first one. Now I can kind of cut all the rest of these here. I'm just going to try and have that first one out here as my measuring tool, if I can. And we'll cut a bunch of these guys. One more. And hopefully they do end up being mostly the right size. There's some druids in the group, and now they're going to be mice. They will be mice druids. All right. Put you there, and then this one is going to go here. Glue on this side and over here. So my head gets in the way. Don't mind that. So all of a sudden now, yeah, that doesn't look quite so crazy anymore. I'm gonna get this out of the way. And I'm gonna move this over here, or I think I'll be able to see. Yeah, I'll be able to see it better. You can see it better. And now we've got to do some supports for our porch here. I will just double check this here. Okay, so that is gonna have some over. I think it can go out to about here. I'm just going to mark that
little
there.
hobbits, spark my gun.
Oh, thank you. So, hi. I almost said hi, how hungry, but I'm going to say how hungry. I know that's not how it is, but I am hungry, so I'm going to say hi, how hungry. I know that is not how it's said, but just hope you don't mind if I translate it as hi, how hungry, because I'm definitely hungry. I am hungry here. We could definitely use some chow right now. It is 1:04 in the morning. All right, so these are the supports for our porch area here. Let's see. That's Love and Music just posted a link to what they were doing on stream. It's right. It's June 18th, Love and Music, when you're doing the multi-stream with Captain Mad Love. So yes, everybody please be advised that on, I think it is June 18th, we have a multi-stream that's going to be coming up between Love and Music and Captain Mad Love. Now here, I'm going to see when I have available for pieces here. And again, I wanted a little bit of a doorway there. I'm going to see if I have this piece here. So I always have just some chunks like that laying around just in case. But this is even better. That is even better. So I'm going to, so you can see, I think what we've got here, that's going to support our porch area. And I have to do some cutting here. I got to trim this down, level things out. Got to find a straight edge somewhere. One of these edges is straight. let's see if we can make one here. Okay, so that's going to have to be our straight edge there, which means this has to come back if I can reach it and not destroy it. That would be nice. And I'm going to measure this puppy up here. Okay, we'll do our other cut now. And I realize for folk this is kind of it's very messy. And I know that might really hurt some folks' sensibilities for sure. All right, now I just have to get the top of this cut down, and I can just use this for that. Okay. And I'm always using this rubber block because it's way better to have a knife sticking out of that than out of me. I use this on my basing streams, use it all the time. Because again, better to have that knife sticking out of that than out of me. And I'm just going to try and get a quick entrance. You know what? I'm just going to have that be a flat entrance there. Now it means we need to draw some texture on this, right? See if I can find something that'll work for that. Oh yeah, let me see if I can find them here. On my latest video, I did try 2 new paint colors. This is basically, for some folks, maybe a substitute for Terra Rosa. This is one that I just thought I would try. I didn't know what it would really be like. Is it great? I don't know. I'm still kind of trying to determine if that color is really all that useful or not. It might just be more of a terrain type of a color. All right, and now I'm just going to see. Okay, good. I'll just have this be one big old door here, I think. Yeah, which means we're going to do something like that. And some hinges here. Yeah, let's have some hinges that way. Okay. So we're just going to have one big old door with a bunch of planks in it. Speaking of planks, we're going to do the rest of our texturizing here. Like so. And that's going to have a piece of wood over the top of it, so not really worried about that. I know it just looks like a big old mess right there, but oh, trust me, it's all going to work out just fine. I'm going to cut this down into a couple smaller bits here. Something like this here for our top bit. Like that. And that's also going to get texturized here. Let's see. Oh, no problem. Love music. So again, sorry if sometimes I miss things in the chat because, well, we have blades and other things that are flying around here, so I want to see if I can't cut myself a couple little very fine trim pieces here. And again, static electricity kind of sometimes builds up a little bit when you're working with the foam. Okay, there's one piece there. Another bit there. And hopefully I grabbed the right one. Nope, that's not the right one. Somehow grabbed the wrong one. There's the right one. Let's see. All right, love and music. You have a good night's sleep, and thank you so much for the raid and for hanging out as long as you could. And hopefully we'll see you Friday. Okay, now we've got this lovely little piece that we had cut off earlier. Guess what? That's going to be a little bit of trim here too. Get you glued on there if we can. The smaller you shave these pieces down, that's where you kind of get into some of the hilarious static electricity effect. Okay. So that's our little entrance way for the front of that. It's kind of similar to what we do with our doorways and such here. So again, this is we'll be doing more of our roof gables and such because we have to build the upper part of this yet here. Now some of this stuff has to get out of the way so that I can glue this guy in place here. And won't be able to glue that on camera, but I'm just going to put it here this way so you can kind of see what it is. So that's what we're doing. We're just going to glue that piece right into here. And that should give it plenty of stability as well. And it's going to make sure that that's level. We only have a matter of seconds with our glue here. That's what we love about it, but that also can make it a little bit tricksy. So that's what we just did right there. So now we've got this all that is fully encased now, which means perhaps I could find my piece that goes here. That's nice and strong. I can put a lot of weight on that. All right, well, this is going to be interesting. I have to have a whole bunch of glue sticks handy here. Like a bunch of them. And hopefully this works. I think I might not put the glue here. We're just going to try and get as much glue everywhere else as we can. So again, just don't mind me while we kind of rush this here. Because time is a wasting. So if I don't see something in the chat, I apologize during this particular moment here. But we don't have much time to play with. Quite literally, don't have much time to play with. All right, I'm going to push this back just a smidge. Make sure I get pressure everywhere I can. So that's what we want. And we're going to have a line of trimmer on the outside of that too. So and here, I don't know, I might. Nah, I don't think I'll do that. But guess what goes here? So that's what's going to go right there. I might even, I don't know, I'm tempted to sort of move that up a little bit further. Yeah, I just might do that. I might actually let that go up a little bit closer to the front there. Now I do have to make a stairway coming down off of this part here, but I also have to make that bit that goes on the upper roof here. And just let me move a few pieces of leftover stuff here out of the way. That's what these bits are for here. Because now we've got to put these guys together here. And I think I'm just going to do that right here. Let's see. I think we're all caught up actually. Get you guys glued together here. Where's my other short piece? It's gonna go here. Like so. So I think we've got the height correct. There was kind of no way to really know in advance. I had to just kind of hope that I measured it mostly correctly. That's about the best I could hope for. All right, we got this and that. And again, time's a wasting, so let's get to this. And then we'll have to do the same kind of trim that we did on this. We also need to put a gable roof on this guy. There's not going to be really any overhang to this, like practically none compared to what we've been doing before. All right, and see that goes, that's going to sit right on top here. So move you over just a little bit there, give me some room to play with. Just want to make sure there's no glue sitting on the bottom there. And which way is this going to go? So I want this. Our windmill is facing that way. So yeah, I'm going to have my roof bits going this way. And then we'll have to make ourselves, again, a balsa wood roof. And then we'll have to do our Rohan roof gables. Like we did on our original building, or the bottom roof there. All right, so that's good. Now we're going to have to get our trim elements on this thing here too. Which means some more of this stuff we might have to cut down. Now here, this is for our gables. Let's maybe start to trace those out so I don't lose track of and again, we don't need these to be huge. Well, they may just have to be the same size as the other ones there. Now that I'm looking at this. And I'm just going to trace these out. We need to make 4 of them, just like we did on the first building. So that's the kind of stuff that we need to make there, is more of our horsies. And I think I'll grab my rubber block because it'll be easier for people to see this than pink on pink. So just give me a second here. See if I can find one of these guys there. Then I have to figure out just how long is this going to have to be. And I think it's going to have to go all the way out to there. I'm hoping that we've got enough to do 4 of these pieces. All right, so that can go there. Just going to make sure here. All right, so I think we might still have to cut. Nope. good. We got one more piece here. Boy, and I cut a bunch of those too. Say, Olive, how you doing? Nice to see you. Sorry that you haven't been able to join us as much as you would like lately. I know sometimes just, well, life seems to intervene sometimes in ways we don't want it to. There's definitely been lots of, well, actually, ooh, I wonder, can I reach this easily enough? Yeah, I think I can. So we've got, I printed out tons of barrels here, and I mean a ton of these things. So I've got a bunch of barrels. Now I also have been printing some more interior stuff, you know, things to go with our feasting table and such.
Who enters my domain?
Well, looky here. It's Bark Axe. Bark Axe returns. Bark Axe, how the heck are you doing? I hope that you had yourself a decent week so far. Now that it's well, it's Friday here too. So we're in the process of constructing a windmill. Yes, this actually, believe it or not, goes on top of here. Oh, and this is not all. That's not all. There's this little bit here. There's that little tiny piece that this goes on top of. So yes, we've been making a giant, this is a rather colossal construction now that oh my gosh. Let's put it this way, it makes our archery range look small by comparison. So there's the archery range that we made, and it certainly dwarfs the stable and the not so great Hall of Erkenbrand. And of course, here's the very first building that we made, which is literally like the basis for our whole all of our measurements on all these different buildings. We set it on fire right there. Hey, Bookend Kitties and Das Goomba, how you doing? So if everyone could please give Bark Axe a follow, that would be sensational. So what are we doing here? We're doing some of our gabling, like you see right here, for again our Rohan building. So I'm just going to put that way so people can maybe get a little bit of a visual on what that looks like. Thanks, hey Bitsron, how you doing? So Barkex, it's definitely been interesting, that's for sure. All of this Rohan terrain, and of course, we'll know exactly how to make all of it when we don't need to make any more of it, right? It's just like painting an army, right? You're totally know how to paint that army once you don't have to paint any more of it. That's how it always goes, right? So yeah, Bitsron, if you wanted to post links of all your amazing terrain stuff from Instagram, please do so. And BarkX, if you got any, I know you just finished your stream, you don't have pictures of what you just did, but if you got work in progress things on your Insta and you want to share that in the chat, again, please do so that way people can see what they're doing, what you're doing anyway. Oh, thanks so much, BarkX. So M-Tellies, it all depends. There's some other smaller buildings that I'd like to make a, like a, what was it, blacksmith. That's probably one that I'd like to make, and maybe some more ruins, like some very small building ruins or something like that, just bits and pieces of buildings. Because, and again, keep in mind that Lord of the Rings is a game where, I mean, okay, here on the archery range, you know, you get pushed off of that thing, you take damage if you're getting pushed off of a wall or a rampart or something like that, or if you're trapped up against a beam or a wall, that's not going to go well for you. So that's why our stable is actually open like that, so you could conceivably fight inside there. The Great Hall is actually open so that you could fight inside there. So we're trying to make these things open so that we can actually do some action in there, right? All right, yeah, sure, Bithron. Yeah, there was just I'm gonna have to somehow get that stupid battery backup going because we just keep having weird things going on with power surges and It's basically a little brief power surge that really doesn't affect most of everything in the house. What it does affect is the internet, which is really important when you're streaming. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought having internet is important to streaming? It's strange, I know. Yeah, so MTEL is I figured that the blacksmith could just basically be not much bigger than just a regular house. So it's going to be a crowded board. There's going to be a lot of terrain on there, which I'm sure a bunch of the regular battle report watching Lord of the Rings folks are going to hate because they pretty much just want two lines of infantry to just smash into each other on the second turn or first turn, and then just whoever wins the most heroic action roll-offs wins. Yeah, that's not how things are going to go here. Rest assured, that ain't happening. Now we will be taking our sanding sticks and other such things to try and round these off, same as we did there. All right. We still need one more of these guys. Still need one more. All right. Lady B, how you doing? And Bookend Kitties, I hope that you've been doing well. Let's see, Paula Prince wanted to make some terrain in the style of the old GW Empire buildings. All right, well, Polly, do you have any of the original buildings? Because you could just, obviously, like I did on that Rohan building, right? That the one that I got, I took the measurements from that and I said, okay, everything else is going to be measured off of this building. The archery range, everything that I've done since is all measured off of that one structure. And you could start small, just do a regular, maybe imitate one of the original plastic buildings, right? And then once you start feeling comfortable, you got your measurements down, you start doing more, well, just like I did, right? I mean, that was the first building that I did. It was just a very simple building with a simple roof on it, nothing super complicated. We even destroyed it a little bit. Here, let me get this put away. All of this other stuff that we've been doing since, that's only once I started to get to know what the heck was going on. So that could be something you might want to think about there. Let's see. So Paulie, I don't know, maybe I would say maybe look at YouTube and see if there's somebody who has either done some of those buildings, or you could also just look for some PDFs maybe. Maybe somebody has measured some of those. Hey, howdy, Creative. Thank you so much. We're going to let that drop in. I always got to get used to the camera being moved out like this. Let me see. So, Lady B, I hope that you're doing okay. And now, with all the effort that you've been putting into getting ready for doing possible streams and the YouTube stuff, are you still doing the abstracts? Or has it just been full on trying to get ready for the YouTube and everything else? And here we'll just, again, we're going to draw in our texture here, trying to simulate some hair first. And we got to do 4 of these, so just bear with me here while we do all the texture on all 4 of these guys. So there's our first one. Let's do the next one here. So yeah, poly principle, just how Bithron and I, we ran across a guy that was doing Dunlending terrain, and just watching him gave me the idea that the Dunlendings basically inhabit something like a moorland type terrain, and what their houses should look like, so that they're not just, well, messed up Rohan houses or even cheaper looking Rohan houses. So I would just take advantage of the Googles and see what you can find there. There's got to be something on YouTube. It's what I do all the time when I'm looking for Easterling terrain or Candish chariots or something like that. I just immediately just start doing searches. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer to maybe find exactly what it is that you're looking for, but it didn't take me long. It took me all of about 4 minutes to find, oh, what was it? Actual 28 millimeter black Corsair ships. So yeah, I'm going to put that out of the way so I don't destroy that. So howdy creative, I hope that you're doing well. Thanks so much for the bitses. That's appreciated as always. Definitely appreciated. Here, let's again keep going with a little bit more of our texture this away. And then we got one more to do after this. Then we have to try and measure these things. We also got to put a little bit of a roof on there too. Let's see. So Arda Michael says, yeah, and Pinterest, I usually don't, sometimes Pinterest, I know when you're trying to actually like save the photos, sometimes your antivirus thing or whatever will go crazy. But a lot of times, yeah, you're right, you get taken to Pinterest, don't you? But those 28 millimeter Corsair ships, that was someone's blog. And it was an old blog article. I mean, it went back to 2000 something. That was an old blog article. I think it was about 2006 or 2008 or something. But it's just as valid today as it was then. It gave me a lot of ideas. There's some things that I said, okay, well, I need to look out for that part there. I didn't realize he actually sat there and basically paused the video over and over again, and he found that there were 4 different sizes of ships, and there were different designs. There wasn't just one design of Corsair ships, which makes sense. Of course, I don't have the Empire of Dust ship that we painted on. Was that Friday that we painted that? I think it was. Yeah. Or was it Monday? No, it was Monday. Yeah, it was Monday we painted that thing. Now, I think we've got all of our texture drawn on here. Now I'm actually going to have to file down a little bit of this here. And again, I'm just trying to round out these edges a bit. Let's see. So here, we'll just round this out. I'm going to cut that down a little bit there, just via my sanding stick. I use these for resin miniatures. I definitely use them for prepping 3D printed miniatures to get rid of all the little, whatchamacallits, the supports there. Works really well for that. These come in several different hardnesses, or several different grits, I mean, sorry, not hardnesses. I was thinking sculpting tools. So they work really well for that too. And again, this is a easier way to kind of round these guys out here and make it less like I just cut out some pink insulation foam with a X-Acto knife. So again, we're just gonna here, let's grab one of our sanding sticks. We got a little bit more grit on it here, if I can find one. There we go. Just trying to avoid the whole, was that nails on a chalkboard sound. And sometimes, well, like right there, the ear just kind of came off. So I'm going to actually glue that on real quick here. Where's my glue? There it is. Just don't want to lose track of where that ear is. There we go. And we got one more of these guys that we're just going to sand down here. And then we'll get a roof popped on to our This, I also need to get all the trim on that, and that trim actually has to support, it's got to support the weight of this thing, right? It's a windmill. So it's got to support the fan or the blades of the windmill too. So it's got some work to do. We need to make that as strong as we possibly can. All right, so there's our horsey heads right there. Now we've got to get a little roof there. And I'm just going to look around and see if I've got some handy pieces here. I need some smaller pieces, and I think these should just about do it here. Because remember, there's going to be virtually no overhang here, because if there is, we'll be in trouble. And I can have a little overhang this way, but not overhang this way. So I think that's what we're going to do here. Yeah, it's practically flat to it. So we're just going to have the roof literally just be flat to it here. Got my X-Acto knife. Let's make ourselves a little bit of a cut right here. This is softer than our other balsa wood, so I think it's going to cut a whole bunch easier. It sure does. And I'll just save that, because there's another area where I'm going to need that. Believe it or not, there's a whole other kind of gabled roof thing that we got to do. So these extra bits should be just perfect for that. Okay. That's what's going to go here. And then we're going to cut off some of this. So there really is very little overhang. We're just going to cut that right there. Okay. Get this glued in place, and then we'll measure our gabling, this stuff right here. Okay, nice and easy. Do I need to cut off a little bit more of this? I'm just going to double check here. I need to cut off some more of this. Yeah, we don't want it to be that long. That's going to be too long. So I'm just going to cut it off practically right there almost. Glad I looked at that again. Said, that's like the normal overhang that I've been doing on all the other roofs. I'm looking at it going, that might just be a little bit too much. We're also cutting with the grain here too, which is a little easier. That's better. Okay, that I can work with. Get some of our glue here, and actually, I'm going to see if I can do both sides of this at once. Could be mischievous, but give it a shot. Think I'm glad I did both sides at once. And now it's time to do this stuff right here. Let's see. Let's not let these guys get stuck on here. Let's let that glue dry for a bit. And we'll measure these guys up. And I mean, there's really, it's not super mysterious what's going to have to happen. I'm actually going to, I'm going to actually glue both of these on here. Front and back, and see. Okay, we got enough overhang there. And I think that will just work that way. Okay, so I'm going to do that one. And then we might just do this one too. Again, using the Mark 1 eyeball there as our measuring stick. As you can see, we do a lot of measuring here, don't we? Not quite. I know that can drive some people a little bit nuts, but all right, we've got our first 2 bits there. And I think we're almost here. Draw that there. Draw that over there. I think that will work. Do I want it to go this way? No, that's too much. I'm going to go this way with it here. Just want to make sure we're pretty level with our other side. I think so. Okay. Pop you on there. I think that's about where it needs to go. And then our other horsey friend can go right there. Yeah, Booker and Keddies, we like to cut a couple of times, sand a few times, and then add lots of texture paste. Now, definitely, all of this stuff, all kidding aside, all of these pieces, a lot of these were pre-cut. So all the stuff that matters, all of these where we get measurements and that sort of thing, those actually were cut in advance. And all of this stuff here, and you're only going to be able to see it briefly, all of this stuff here, that was all cut in advance. Because, well, there was no way I could cut it on stream for one thing. Also, it just, it was way easier to get an exact, well, at least a reasonable measurement, to say the least. Okay. I think we got this here and right there. Cut you this way. This one's a little bit more important, and it does have a little bit of a arc to it. There's a little bit of an arc there. All right, glue time. This is one of the easier gables to do because of the close proximity to everything, I have to say, because there's not a whole big overhang there. It's really made the gabling much easier to do here. Let's see. So yeah, Bitron's been doing all kinds of forges and blacksmiths and all kinds of fun things like that. So if people can go check out what Bitron has been doing on Bitron's Instagram there, that would be great. And if people could also check out Armored Wolf's Instagram and Etsy page, that would be great too, because Armored Wolf does all kinds of amazing things with those dice bags. So, all right, there we go. Kind of nifty, huh? Yeah. That works. Now we're going to put some of our trim stuff on here. And this actually goes in the opposite direction here, because our windmill is going to be attached to that side right there, I believe. So here, let's get you set over there. And I'm going to actually maybe change my focus just a smidge there because that's going to be a little different place now. So what are we going to do here for trim and such? I have somewhere around here. Ah, there we go. And I do have some more of this. That is good. But I got some of this. I'm actually going to cut some of this maybe in half right here. Because I want, again, my windmill that's going to be coming out of this end here. I'm actually just going to mark this end maybe. And that's going to tell me that windmill gets attached there. That's important there. So that's where my windmill is going to get attached. I might just use these extra bits here too. I think I might. Yep. And that's that would be a rare usage of some balsa wood there. Wow. Actually using balsa wood. That doesn't happen very often. This is so soft I can actually cut this along. Like so. Now, so Bithron, we've got the bottom section a fair amount done. This is basically our middle section here, and this is our top section. Then we're going to have to work on the actual blades of the windmill itself, which could be very interesting. I'm going to cut this down just a smidge more. Again, my scissors is enough to cut that. Yeah. Get some glue here. This is as much about adding just a little bit of extra structural support to this as it is about any sort of decorative element there. Let's see if I can squeeze this underneath that beam. Okay, in you go. Like that. Because what I want to have is some kind of pieces of wood here. Again, this is where the windmill thing is going to go, and I would like to have wood attached to wood instead of wood attached to, oh, shall we say, just the foam. I think it'd be a little more structurally advisable to do that. Let's see. Might have to try and make an anvil out of foam. Bithron, I was thinking, yeah, you could do out of foam or maybe even, well, I was thinking epoxy sculpt or something like that. I think there's probably a few little options there. Okay, again, we're just looking to get ourselves some nice support here for the actual windmill thing, and maybe we'll push that down a little bit here. Push you down just a smidge. I'm just looking at my reference picture, and that actually does show it being a little bit lower here. And then this is going to go there, and that's my windmill is going to attach right there. And I do have, I do have some pieces of wood here. And where's my big old piece that's going down the center? I did have that piece saved. think I might have lost track of where he went. I like this. Oh, there he is. There he is. So that's going to be the. That's going to be what attaches into here. And then our whole windmill blade attaches to that. And I just got to make sure that it can clear this. And I'll easily be able to clear that. So we can get that glued onto there and have a lot of plenty of clearance. Definitely. That's good. Okay. I was thinking of throwing one more extra bit out here just to flatten that as much as I can. And I might just do that here. No, I'd like it to be a heftier piece. That means definitely sawing it, so I think we're just going to go with this. So our glue right there. And that is where our windmill piece is just going to boom right in there. Okay. That's got some support now. And again, it's just going to go like this. Now we do have to go back to our main structure there, because there was some stuff we still have to do on that. Here, I'm gonna move these pieces out of harm's way here. Also my knife. Don't want to lose that either. Okay, set some of this aside. These are all pieces we might just be needing. And then here's our bottom section again, right? Because we needed to make some stairs over on that side. And we also needed some sort of a railing along here. Now remember, our building, it goes right there. And I think we're going to be pushing that forward a little bit. There was supposed to be another awning over here that I was going to do, but I'm thinking I might just not do that. So I'm thinking we're going to simplify that just a little bit. And again, on one of these two sides, that's where a windmill is going to be coming out. But let's see if we can do some railings on the side here. Now I've got this. Do I have enough of it? So what I'm going to have to do is start cutting some angle bits. Oh, and also, we also have a little pile of hay that can go there too. I know that's off camera right there. But here's how tall this is going to be, because look, that's getting mighty close to the holy smoke. Yeah, that is at least as tall as our, I think that's actually going to be taller. Now, the one thing I was tempted to do was to not actually have this attached here permanent, so maybe, I don't know. We'll see if we're going to actually leave that permanent, or maybe it's something that can be more modular. I don't know, because like this, it could almost be like it's a watchtower. We'll see. We shall see what's going to happen with this. But right now, what I do want to try is to, yeah, I think we're going to bevel this a bit here. Do I want it sitting on top of this? Which is going to be easier, or around the outside of it? I think if it's more like this. So I'm going to actually have to cut that down into some smaller, narrower strips. That is something that I would definitely rather do with the mat cutter downstairs, but I don't think we have a choice. I think we have to do it this way. So where's my metal ruler here? One sec, there we go. I used to have my metal ruler. That is not quite sure where he went off to. Let me see if I can find that here. Because, well, let's see. I don't know. Maybe we don't have to trim that down. I'm going to see if I can. Is it really possible? I'm just going to measure this. Just throw a couple of quick little reference lines here. Maybe I can. Let's see what happens here. Also, I'm going to use this to hold my my actual literal measuring stick. And I'm going to see if I can cut this now. Got my knife here. And it doesn't want to stay in place. No, that's just not going to work. That won't work. So we're going to have to do something a little bit different instead. Means we're going to put this back out here. Get you in place here. And we'll just do our original plan where we sort of build this up on the side. I think so. I think it'll be easier to do that. But it does mean that I have to bevel some parts of this here. Now let's see if we can do it this way. And we'll do this side. Like so. Actually, I can do it this way. There, that's a little better. And then we'll glue that in place. I just realized that we never did texturize the other side of this because I thought this was going in a little different spot. All right, so we retexturized that very quickly. Get you glued on here. Okay. Looks like I'm going to need another glue stick here. And I'm going to have to bevel that. See if I can cut that reasonably straight there. Yeah. Now we'll just texturize the top of this. Got our wood grain there. And hopefully you can, well, I know it's in the, a little bit in the dark there, but okay. All right. Get you glued here. Like so. That piece, not quite long enough, but gonna move this. Gotta turn this thing around so I can actually get to it here. 1 second. And I know that this will kind of go off screen a little bit. Unfortunately, like I said, this is a very massive piece right here, so I am just gonna shave that off a little bit here. Okay, like that, and then another bevel here. Have to redraw
Hello,
some
little
texture there.
hobbits. Spark my ganja.
And thank you so much for that follow. That is very much appreciated. Archivist Sasha. Hello, little hobbits. I spark my ganja. It's like being on top of the Tower of Orthanc, but in Rohan. So thank you so much for that. That is appreciated. Here, let me see where this piece was supposed to go again. Okay, here. At least I think this is the piece that I just cut. Yeah, because I think I was just drawing the texture for it here on this side. So much appreciated for that follow. Thank you so much. Now, your search for is failing on me to find... Well, Paul, basically just see if you can find the buildings themselves and see if there's just some measurements so that you can maybe work from that. And hopefully maybe that can give you a little bit of guidance. All right, we're just gonna cut you here. I mean, obviously there's maybe not going to be, there's a whole bunch, actually just look at things like Dwarven Forge terrain. Just type in medieval terrain ideas, because basically that's all that stuff is. It's just medieval terrain. You'll find 1,001 different tutorials for medieval houses and that sort of thing. It's all the same stuff. There's really nothing that's super different about what GW did. In fact, all they did was add some skulls and more skulls to the buildings. Otherwise, it's basically just a bunch of medieval buildings. And that's pretty much all it is when you think about it. Here, I'm just gonna cut off a tiny smidge of that. And didn't realize, no, I actually didn't put glue on the end of that. I was like, I don't know how glue got over there. Shouldn't have been there. So this is our little railing that's kind of going around this, and then we'll do some more of that too. Or add a little bit extra on top of it. All right, let's draw some of our texture on this. Maybe where you can see it. Let's get the inside here. So this is definitely a piece. Now, you won't be able to go inside the structure here, but you will be able to get a whole bunch of troops standing on top of this thing. So kind of an archery type of a thing there. Yeah, I think there should probably be tons of articles. I think people making medieval style terrain, and it can be easily adapted to Empire stuff. Like just add Sigmar stuff, hammers and skulls. Just add a bunch of hammers and skulls to it, and it'll look just like Sigmar terrain. Here, let me get my knife out of there too. Do I have any more of my... No, I don't have any more of that, so we are gonna have to cut some up here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut this smaller first and then cut this in half, because we'll just have to kind of do this the hard way here, because we've run out of the stuff that I thought I had plenty of. And a lot of this was all pre-cut. Again, using my mat cutter. I am going to bevel that just a tiny bit here. Yeah. And then we'll get this marked off here with some kind of bevel on that. Maybe not as much of a bevel. And then we also need to draw some lines here. I actually have a bunch of, well, I actually have videos as part of the Patreon thing on how to do medieval style buildings. Now that I think about it, what am I talking about? I already did those videos. Yeah, we made those. Our glue. So I think what I can do is for some of the, again, the upper parts of our railing there, we could use, that's where we might be able to get away with using some of the, a little bit of the, wait, I do have another piece here. Our balsa wood for that. That might be too much of a bevel. Just a tiny bit too much. Maybe we'll lessen that bevel. But then we need to make a decent bevel right here. Can always cut some more of that off, so I'm going to make it maybe a little bit longer here. Let's get some wood texture on this side. And when you paint this stuff up, it really, you can see it. I have to say it. It shows up way more than I thought it ever would. Okay. So here's our painted example here. And that texture really shows up. Look at that. This is done all the same way. This building, this is our very first one that we did. It's all done the exact same way. And so Paul principle, it's very simple. The $5 pledge, that will get you general techniques. The $10 pledge gets you things like dark sword videos and basing videos. And then the Army Painter pledge, that's the $15 one. Now I'll cut that down just a smidge here. Yeah, I think we'll cut that down a little bit here. I do have to move this to where it's going to be a little bit off camera there. Or maybe not. Maybe not for everybody. I just have to shave a little bit of that off here. Now the terrain videos, that's some of those, the older ones, those are part of the general techniques because they're some of the older videos. There we go. And we're gonna give that a little bit of a bevel right there. Texture again here. Like so. Glue you on here. Hey, Offbeat Art, how you doing? Nice to see you again. And yeah, your area is definitely looking very impressive there. Okay, oh, I'm going to use this to just get rid of a little bit of the extra glue there. Now we also have a stairway that we wanted to make over here. So what I'm going to do is slice this guy in half. Like so. I'm just going to use something as a little bit of a cutting board here. Let's just use this piece. It's a bit of a cutting board. And we'll just have to eyeball that. Like so, and just let that knife drag right across there. Either that, or maybe I just use the balsa wood. I could always use the balsa wood too. Here, let's get this cut all the way through. So we're talking about templates, right? I mean, literally you can see I just made some simple those are the 3 basic units of measurement that I've made every single building with so far. Literally every single building just made with those 3 extremely basic units of measurement. Okay, we'll scribe a little texture into that. Good enough. Cut this off here. And glue you into place right there. Offbeat Arches was able to get some paints there. So yeah, again, the 15 dower level, that is your Army Painter Pledge level. That's where you get to see all of the series like the Thousand Suns, all of our Lord of the Rings stuff. And I'm going to move it this way, hoping that you'll be able to see this. And I'm just going to throw some glue onto there while we're thinking about it. Get that stuck there. All right, so again, we've got quite the construct here. Wow, this is substantial here. I mean, we're gonna have it's gonna be quite the little fortress. It's a fortress windmill, because that's one of our royal guards standing there. Yeah, definitely, it looks really nice. That's for sure. Now let me see if I can. No, I don't think those are gonna do it. We do have these bits right here, and I might try and cut this down, and we'll make ourselves a little bit of a stairway that kind of comes up here. So this will be our stairway. See if I can find one of my rubber blocks here before they all just go away. There's one. And what I'm going to do is see what kind of an angle we need on this. So I'm just going to start cutting some angles here. That is not too steep. So there's a lot of eyeballing that goes on for sure. And I know that can drive some folks absolutely nuts, that we just eyeball things. Well, Bithron, we gotta have things that are playable, right? If we can't actually play on this thing, it's just I just, you know me, I don't like terrain that all it does is just get in the way. That's not terrain. That's just an object. You could just put yourself one of those classic 2-inch tall, foam hills or something like that. That would be good enough if that's all you're ever going to do. I am going to cut something like that though. Okay. And then I'm going to, guess what? We'll match it on the other side here. Cut this here and maybe reduce the size of that blade. Guess I will have to put some wood texture on that too, won't I? Get ourselves a little cut there. And we have the beginnings of our stairwell. But first, might as well draw this on here, because otherwise going to be hard to do this once there's stuff in place. Again, trying to make that wood grain as irregular as possible, change directions. Okay. Set you over this way. Get the other side. And this stairway, I'm not going to glue this on right away because obviously it'd be easier to paint it if the stairway is not glued in place. I was thinking of using, no, I'm not going to use, I was tempted to. But what I'm going to do is cut this down a smidge here. Like that. And that works about right for stairs. And then let me see if I can cut that in half again. That's what I really love about the pink foam here. It's how we can make all the more decorative elements too. And hopefully this works. And we get something that is relative. Look at that. Huh? That was just done by hand. There was no device, no nothing. Just did it by hand. And I'm going to hopefully get 2 boards out of this. That could be tough, but we'll see if we can maybe get 2 boards out of it. That would be a very thin stairwell, but I mean, it's not like two people are going to be going up that side by side. So I'm going to see if I can't get 2 pieces out of it here. And I'm just going to grab me a piece of paper here, measure it like that, and now I know what half is. Yes, instead of measuring with a ruler, I just used a piece of paper, cut it in half, used a piece of paper. And hopefully those are about the same size. Now I can just start cutting these all down. I'm thinking 4 of these is probably not going to be enough. 1, 2, 3. I might need 1 more here. So we'll just save those. Actually, I might use this as a top stair here. So that'll be our top stair. A little bit shorter. And that's going to go here. Now I've got to make sure that these are kind of at the correct angle here. So let me just draw these out. And now we've got 4 more of these. I think I can do it a little bit higher. And then our 4th one down here. All right, so. And I'm just going to really reinforce my line here where I want it to be. Okay, good enough. And then we'll just start gluing these guys on and see what happens. Hey, Genuine Vision, how are you doing? So I'm sure everybody's already following Genuine Vision, but just in case you're not, if you could please do that, that would be sensational. So Jan, how's things going? I hope that your weekend streams were good. And sorry that I have not had a chance to hang out in your streams. It's been definitely extra crazy. Okay, let's get the rest of our stairs in place here. And this is gonna, we did the same thing for our archery range. So yeah, Jan, this is quite the colossal structure right here. This is huge because this actually goes up on top there, and there's gonna be a windmill coming off of this. That's actually the part I'm gonna try and maybe get to next here is the windmill part. Who would have thought? We're actually gonna start making the windmill part of the windmill. But all this stuff is important too. Actually, I'm gonna cut that down a little bit. Somehow that one just got longer. Not sure how. Let's make sure that this one is also not longer. So I think we're good on that one. Okay, and all right. Get rid of our strands of glue. We've got our other piece here, and that just make sure it's oriented the right way. That would have been unfortunate. Let's see what we can do. A little bit of glue in. Let's see if we can't get our other side right where it needs to be. Okay. So there's our stairwell, and that's just gonna go right there. So we have ourselves a stairwell, and then we've got this that's gonna go up here, but now we have to construct ourselves the actual working part of the windmill here. Actually, first though, without dropping that on the floor, I want to see what my barrels look like. Yeah, we got lots of barrels. And by a lot, I mean a lot of barrels. We printed out tons of these things. And guess what? I'm going to be printing out a whole bunch more. A whole bunch more. Let's see. They were okay, pretty quiet. We'll see how this weekend fares. Oh, wow, yeah. I think, well, we'll be doing number 2, so to speak, this weekend. I know in some places there's been a little bit more chaos with that than in others. Let's see. We'll get you stuck here, and now I have some pieces set aside that hopefully are going to work. Here's my small pieces there. Where's my... And look at this. What do you think is made at a mill? Shredded wheat. Alright, I'm going to point you this way here, so I can get at least some idea of just how big the... Wow, that can actually be relatively big. Yeah, that's impressive. I made that actually as pretty much as tall as I wanted it to be. Yeah, all right, that's cool. I mean, actually, that kind of worked out then the way it was supposed to. And as I look at this here, what I'm going to need to do is glue these guys to this center beam here. But first, I need to see just how long those pieces should be. So I'm just going to stick this here. No, not that long. Let's check my cardboard here. Okay, good. That's not going to be too long. And I think we got enough clearance. So right about there. That's how long these pieces are going to be. Which means our rubber block comes back so that we can cut on it. Again, if we can locate that. 1 second here. There you are. Do I need my razor saw? I guess we'll use a razor saw. And again, this is another reason why these rubber blocks are so handy. And you can see all the cut marks there from the razor saw in the past. And look at that. There we go. Razor saw. Boom. Looks like Poly Principal just might have located the bit of information they were looking for. Yeah, Polly, I knew it was just going to be a matter of time before you probably found the thing that you were looking for. Okay. And we're going to do this again here. And try and save the sections that I know I need. And we are going to file these down just a bit here. Oh, Jan, actually, which one are you getting? Which one are you getting? I don't mean to pry. It's just some have more reactions than others. And the other thing is that drink lots and lots of water and have lots and lots of protein. Those are two really important things for lessening reactions. And if something like ibuprofen or something like that is needed, you can go ahead and take that. There is no reason why you shouldn't be able to. So that could be some helpful hints for you right there. That's the one that I had, Jan. So now that one tends to have less as far as reaction goes. There's no guarantees, of course. But yeah, lots of proteins and lots of water for sure. And the other thing too is that as soon as you can, put ice on that thing. Even if nothing's going on, put ice on it. And maybe after a couple hours, do it again. Because that's what I did. And well, again, it was the first one, so you never know what might happen with the second one. But there was just nothing as far as reactions go. So now I'm going to have to try and get these pieces glued onto here. Yeah. Now these other ones, are they just too short? Bummer. They're going to be on the shorter side. Oh well. But I'm going to see if I can't. Oh, that's what I could do. Yeah, I'm going to do this and give it a little extra support here. Yep, that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to cut this down. Again, using my rubber block here so that it cuts that instead of me. Well, Guinness has protein, right? It's got all kinds of grains and everything else, so I think that should work just fine. Definitely hoping that the instantaneous hold of this here, let's see how much tall. Wow, that's going to be tall. Yeah. Oh my goodness, that's going to be mighty tall. But it doesn't run afoul of any of our gabling or anything like that. So, all right, here goes nothing. Got to do this on the other side now. Well, and you could potentially have some ice too with that, right? So it's all good, right? It's exactly what you want to be doing. This is going to be one monstrous construction right here. Where's my... I'll just use this then. What the heck? I'm going to cut away some of that glue right there. cut away some of that glue. And the extra glue that's there. And I think I'm going to do this. That's going to give us the extra support that we want. Yeah. I'd prefer maybe not to do that, but I just want the extra support there, so we're going to do that. Yeah. Oh, that's going to be quite the construct there. My goodness. Also try not to get my hands toasted on the glue, so this is going to be one big old blade right here. Okay. Yeah, Kathy definitely wishes that we had known about that when she had to get hers before mine. I think this is the... Yeah, we'll go on this side here. If it's not 100% straight and all that, I mean, it's Rohan. Oh, yeah, and I was watching another War of the Ring battle report, board game battle report, and the Dunlendings featured very prominently in this one. And of course, one of the Dunlending cards talked about the foregoil, and I was just, I was beside myself with joy. It's the one word that I know in Dunlendish. I'm not sure if that's how you say it, but I'm going to say Dunlendish. I'm also going to just get rid of a little bit of that glue overflow there. I'm going to see if I can't just cut this piece here. Nope, I'm going to need my saw. Oh well, we'll razor saw it. Again, you can see all the cut marks on there. That is from previous razor saw action. Okay, where's my knife again? Make sure that's flat, or at least as flat as I can make it. And let's glue down some extra support here. Like that. I'm really glad, yeah, I'm glad I'm putting this extra little support in here. I mean, is that exactly what you would see in a real windmill? Well, whatever. It's Rohan. It's a fake place, so... Ooh, let's not let that get stuck to our thing. So there we go. Now what we're going to have to do is create the sails here. Let's create these sails. And again, I mean, what else would you make at a windmill but maybe some mini wheats? Of course, I got to also locate my scissors. Not quite sure where that disappeared to. So just give me a second here to locate that. Hopefully it went back to where it was supposed to be. And I realized that on the picture there's a little bit of a bend in these things, but I think I'd have to probably put some water on these to be able to make that happen. And we want these to be only maybe about this big here. They go all the way up to the top though. The hot glue can get a little stringy. I will say that. Okay. I'm just looking at this here. Is that too short? No, that's not too short. And the way they've got this sail here, it does have a bit of an angle to it. This way. Okay. So we're going to cut this. And then we'll cut this. And then that's going to be our basic unit of measurement, I guess, right there. Now, which way does this go? Okay, it's going to go this way. And we want to have, okay, is it supported from behind or in front? So it's supported in front. And I think it'll go this way, actually. So what we'll do is we'll glue this here. And yes, it would probably be tied onto there, but I don't have the time to be doing all that. So we're going to have to try and we're going to do this a little bit differently. I might go this way with it, which means that our top piece might be something like that. So I'm going to cut this, razor saw again. Ah, there we are. Those were reasonably close cut-wise here. Let me get some of my sanding going on these splinter ends. All right, that's good enough. I think I might try to cut a few more of these. Ah, good. There's just enough, I think. Just enough for me to get 2 more. And I only need 2 more. And for whatever reason, this particular piece of balsa wood is really soft. Good enough. So there's my 4 of these guys. Set you off to the side so we don't destroy that. But I am going to start cutting this way because this way I'll have an extra piece in case something were to go wrong. I'll just cut from here now. All right, there's another one. Last one. And just in case we maybe need to do another one, we have some extra here. So there's our 4 sails for our windmill. So we have sails there. We've got our 4 cross beams. And what I'm going to try and do is something along the lines of this. So this is what we're looking to do here. A little higher, that's better. So that's what I want to see happen. Let's see if we can do that. What do I do? Do I go this first? Possibly. We'll see how that plays out. No, I'm going to glue this way. So, I mean, if you want to get more detail with it, you put string or whatever, right, to make it look like it's been tied on to this instead of just nailed on to whatever. But I don't need this project to take that long, so let's have it be glued to this side here. Yeah, I'd rather have that be my front side. Drop this down a little bit. And attach like so. So yeah, I didn't test this out or anything like that in advance. We're just kind of doing it all right here, live. It's all happening live on the spot. So it could all fail horribly. It could succeed. It could be some of both. Actually, I'm going to throw a little bit more of the glue there. See if I can get some glue down into here. That might just help a little bit. So there's the first of our sails. Very frosty. Let's also you need asphaltum and Egyptian violet, and then Offbeat Art will have collected them all. You gotta collect them all, right? All right, I need something to support this a little bit more. That might help. Yeah, that needs a little more support there, and hopefully, I think all of our, yeah, they can go this way, and then that one goes that way. All right, nope, I'm just gonna go this way. We'll march down this way here, and some glue here. Yeah, I guess this won't be as tricky as I was fearing that it could be. I was really worried that this could be a very difficult adventure. Where's my other couple of short pieces here? I think these are the ones. Yep. I'm just going to get these glued as well. So that glue can set before we head on back to our other piece again. That's gonna be it's gonna make for some hilarious pictures, that's for sure. All right, we'll just set you off to the side and come back to this one now and glue it this way. Yep, that's how it's gonna go. Wish me luck here. I might put a little extra glue on there just it's more about stability. That's what I'm kind of interested in here. There's stability, some strength. All right, I'll probably drill a hole in there and drill a hole in there and use a one of my pins, right? We're also going to get some wood going this way too. One more sail. Where'd that go? There it is. Here, let's get a little bit of bend to this. Offbeat Art is just anxiously awaiting that order from Green Stuff World. I know they sent something here. I don't know what it is, but there's something on the way. I have no idea what it might be. It might be something related to what they've seen me doing with the powders and the linseed oil. I don't know. It would be kind of hilarious if it was, right? After they've seen all the alchemy that we've been doing with the oil paints. Okay, there's another one, another sail. So we will be experts at making windmills. I'm not sure how many more windmills I'm really going to need. Now, is there an Easterling? Are we going to need an Easterling windmill? Something tells me no. I don't think so. I'm going to file that down just a smidge, I think. I don't want to round it out too much, though. All right, glue time. Hey, Dave, how are you doing? So, yep, Dave, this is the windmill. After how many hours now? We're actually getting to the business end of the windmill. we've constructed everything else. Well, almost everything else. There's still some little extra bits and accoutrement that I might want to make, but this is really the business end of a windmill right here. Yeah, Specka Spud will have to have a windmill sound. Okay, so we're getting there. Look at this. Look at that. And guess what? We have one more blade that's pretty much ready to get glued on here now. Or sail, maybe I should say, not blade. All right. Let's see what happens here. These guys are going to be a little bit heavier than I expected them to be. I was not expecting them to be quite this heavy. But they're going to have some weight to them. Because there's more pieces of wood that we're adding to this. So Dave, I hope that you're going good. Dave, believe it or not, actually you can get these on Amazon. I got this at my local drugstore where I get my gloves, my nitrile gloves. It's where, well, one of the guys there actually let me contrast paint. It's where I ship things, right? It's where I literally take things and ship them. It's a tiny little drugstore, and it's been there since I was 5 years old. It's been there a long, long time. All right, now I do need a second piece of wood out here, and that might be too much. I'm going to see if I can find some thinner stuff here. And of course, a whole bunch of these fell out of the bag they were originally in. So let's see if we can find some smaller ones here. And that's the thing. I might just have to go foam. I'd rather not do that. See if I can, because I only found these smaller ones, but I want those as my little cross beams there. So far, nothing smaller. What about what's in the bag here? Is there anything still smaller in the bag? There are some lighter pieces, but nothing smaller. Now, there's that one. Might just have to go with that then. I don't think I can cut that in half. I could do it if it was foam, but I think we'll just do that. Okay. All right, where'd my other thin little piece go? So what we'll do is something like this. And I guess, yeah, we'll have to use the same thing here. And let me see if I can find a couple more of those, again, smaller pieces like that. That's a little bit too big. Gotta save those, and hopefully there's enough of them. I guess we got some reorganizing to do here. Again, that's my big centerpiece right there that we need. That's all too thick, too big. Lots of big old pieces. Maybe that's small enough. Ah, it is the same size, actually. So I need one more of that size. Can we find it? It's definitely got a whatchamacallit. It's just your regular old electric one. It's got a cord on it. All right. Now what I'm going to try and do is maybe have it be something like this here. Let's see. Could take a 40-minute train journey, attack the same windmills. Oh yeah, you got some. So you have some windmills around town then. You know what I'm going to do is going to use my razor saw here. And we're just going to cut these things down. It'll be easier this way. Here, let me orientate this a little bit better for me. I was hoping to have a little bit of overlap there, but that's not quite going to work. It's actually stronger than I thought it was going to be. I think our bracing in the center really did work. All right, do we have our 4 pieces here? Or do we only have 3? There's our 4. All right, good enough. That was already rotating around all by itself. Okay, what the heck, we'll just glue that right now. All right, Specka Spud, you have a good one. Thanks for hanging out as long as you could, and hopefully we see you Friday. Friday's going to have to be some more skinks because we need to bring in funds here. So, yep, it will be skinks once again. Okay, same thing here. So Bithron, I don't know, I mean, if it's separate, you could always, well, especially if you have to spend a lot of time sculpting it or whatever, if it's separate, that might be easier for you to kind of move around. Yeah, this is, I don't know, it reads as a windmill to me. Maybe to other folks it might not read as a windmill, but I find this endlessly entertaining here. And I'm sure to most folks, like, what the heck is going on here? All right, last of these support / bracing pieces here, and then we'll do our cross beams on those 2. Again, try not to toast my hand in the process. Would I really like to take, rope and do all kinds of fun things like that and string or whatever? Yes, I'd like to do that. Do I have time to do that? Oh, no. Not at all. So now I can do some cross bracing here, and we're just going to cut these. And I might just stick with 3 on each one just to make sure I've got I don't even know if I have enough to do 3 on each one. But yeah, actually here I'll just go that way with the glue. I think we'll do this one in the center maybe. And then the last one more down here. Actually, we'll move that one down this way and this one down here. Okay. Good enough. Well, just let's work our way around, shall we? I think I might save this for the smaller ones here. So there's my small piece. I know that goes down here. All right. That's good. The crazy thing is, this has only been 3.5 hours of doing this. And, I mean, that's what we got. That's not too shabby, plus the entire bottom section too. So I think that is not too bad for, so far, 3.5 hours. This and something that I've never ever done before. Never made any kind of a windmill before, ever. Just glue this guy up top here. Let's see. Thing is, it's just cut out of foam. Yeah, it's never a bad idea, Bithron, to have it be movable, because you never know, right? Dave, yes, it takes very well to it. Remember, we painted one of the buildings already with the oils, and it was fabulous. We're going to be painting everything in oils from now on, as far as terrain goes. So this is, and you can watch this. This was 5 weeks ago. Yeah, 5 weeks ago. This was our very first terrain piece that we did. So there's the building, and that's what it looks like painted. You can also see where we built the Great Hall, the stable. All these are saved as highlights, as will be the archery range. So all of these buildings, we built all of these things on stream, literally live in front of a studio audience. Look at that. Not too shabby, huh? And again, it's that's the fun side. That's the fun side right there. All right, I think this will go good for we'll do that for the bottom section here. And if I have to, I'll just use pink foam if I need to cut more braces. I think we might fall a few pieces short. Okay. Where do you get stuck? Right about there. All right. Another piece here. Wait, coffee stirs. I'm going to see if the coffee stirs will work. They may not be quite the right width, but we got tons of them. And by tons of them, I mean like 1,000. So yeah, that'll be close enough.
Who enters my domain?
Well, look who is here. Look who's arrived. All right, Plushie, man, is it great to see you again. Plushie, Plushie is the plushiest of all the plushies out there. So if everyone could please give Art Plushie a follow, that would be sensational. So, Plush, this is one of the more unusual items that I've ever made here. Yes, that's a windmill. And yes, it's Rohan. It's a Rohan windmill. Yes, it is. So, Art Plushie, how the heck are you doing? It's great to see you again. So, yes, this is we made this bit first, then we constructed this to go on top of it. We also have a gigantic base here that this whole thing goes on. Oh yeah, like a big old base like that. And then we look at this. What do you make in a windmill? You make frosted flakes. Look at how delicious they are. Delicious frosted flakes. So Plush, it's great to see you again. I thought I saw, like, just as I was about to go live myself, I was like, I think I just saw a notification for Plushie going live. This is fantastic. This is great. So I'm just, I hope that the new house, is the new house done? I guess that's the next question. Is the new house ready for habitation? And of course, Doggo and Bird. How are Doggo and Bird doing? Here, let's move you down a little bit. That's better. I was wondering about that. Because sometimes those projects can maybe suddenly take longer in certain phases than we would like. All right, so it's not exactly like the other wood, but you know what? It will suffice. It will, so they're just coffee stirrers anyways. Now, bird is seedy as always. No roof, but the doggo ready to woof. Oh, actually, what was, oh yeah, well, I guess here, this is the big question. This is the big question is, what does Charlie say? When does Charlie say it'll be done? Because that's all that matters, right? Is what Charlie says. There we go. Hey, Welderman, nice to see you again. It's a, okay. Oh, plush. I didn't know it was a two-story. Didn't know it was gonna be two-story. That is most impressive. Now, how long does this have to be? We'll find out here in a sec. Let's put our pieces out here because, again, we want this to move, right? So we gotta, wow, that's gotta be at least that long. Wow, that's it's longer than I was expecting there. No, don't want to lose that piece. I think I can use this. All right, is this enough right here? That's quite the thread of glue right there. And I'm just going to put this here, put you there. All right, so I don't think it has to be quite that long. Not quite that long. So we'll cut this down a little bit here. And I think that's what we need. Let's see. Yep, definitely worth, is a sassicorn. I said worth waiting for. That's hilarious. So Waterman, I hope that things have been going okay for you. And that's amazing that, I mean, Charlie knows everything, right? Charlie literally knows absolutely everything. Where's my razor saw? There it is. So now, was this the first stream back? I was just so bummed because you went live and I was actually writing up the, you know, the title and all that kind of stuff. And I was thinking, oh man, she's live now. I can't watch. Looking at that, what I'm going to do first, see if I can find me one of my drills here. And hope, aha, good. Can only find one of them, but at least there's one here. That's going to go all the way through here. Because that one piece of wood is very tough. The rest of them are just a little bit softer balsa wood there. And another reason why we like to have our rubber block is that we can drill through that. And you can see it drilled into the rubber block instead of me. Again, you know, the idea that it's way better to have a knife sticking out of the rubber block than out of you, and the razor saw cutting the rubber block instead of you. All are positive things. Now let's see if we can do that here. And that's going to have to go all the way through to this. Now, do I have, that's the other thing too, is do I have the stuff that I need to be able to cut? Yes, I do. And I do actually have a pin here as well. Yay. So I've got a pin that I can use here. All right, Plushie, thank you so much. Aha, the dog wants their walk. I should be back on tomorrow. Plushie, well, thank you so much for joining. And, well, just glad to see you. Glad to see you. And now that I know that's a two-story house, okay, but Charlie knows. Charlie knows when, and Charlie will tell us when Charlie thinks we need to know, because that's what Charlie does. where is our... So that's going to give this a little bit of strength now. Let's make sure that's a little straighter. Glue gun time. No problem, Fleshy. Again, thanks for the raid. Man, really nice to know that you're still doing well. All right. So that's got, again, I've got a pin running through it here to try and give that a little extra support. And then this will... Oh, this, sorry, I shouldn't be this entertained. But I'm gonna be. Now, this is also going to need some support around the outside of it, I think. And instead of just gluing another piece of this on that end, I'm going to do this. We'll give it a little bit of support this way here. Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to move my parts of my buildings out of the way here. There's my cutting tool. Maybe use some of this harder stuff here. I'm just going to cut myself a few pieces of this. All right. Like that. And the idea is I just want to put a couple of bits here to kind of strengthen this up. May work, may not. Only one way to know. All right, one more here. Again, trying not to roast my fingers, because this glue can get hot. I mean, it can get toasty. It's really interesting that it doesn't actually melt the foam. I sincerely thought it was going to. That's why I never used it. All this time, it could have been using that. Never did, because I thought, it's just gonna melt my foam. I don't want that. Yeah, that wasn't really something I needed to worry about. Live and learn, I guess. I don't think this is quite strong enough for me to be able to do this, but we'll give it a shot. Maybe it's stronger than I thought. Cut me another piece of this. There it is. I thought I lost it. Just file this down a little bit here. Same with this piece. So yeah, I guess, I'm assuming that in the Shire, maybe that's another place I could use a windmill. I guess in Bree, maybe. I don't know. I'm trying to think of other locations, Middle Earth-wise, that I could actually use a stinking water mill, because now that I've made one of these and I know how to do it, I would like to actually be able to just be able to use that knowledge again. Instead of just, well, we're going to make this one water mill. All right, I think that makes it a little bit stronger now. What I don't want it to do is just kind of sag like this or whatever. Now I got to wait for that glue to solidify, and then I'm going to cut all that stuff off of there. Or sand it off, file it off, whatever. Here, let me see if I can cut it off before it gets too solid. There we go. So, see that? And that seems way stronger now. And where's my... There it is. So that's going to go bloop right there. Now, speaking of... Let's do some trim things on this also while we're at it here. Where the heck did my... Coffee stirs. Let's get some of our coffee stirrers out here again, and we'll just do some trim things with the coffee stirrers for just reasons. Okay. And we're just gonna cut a couple of these like this. We'll just make a bunch of them here. Let's see. Yeah, Gimme says a Wii version for the Shire, and Bithron says Dol Amroth. Well, Dol Amroth, certainly they like their sales, right? So, yeah, I think we're going to have to, we'll have to have a Gondor watermill, and one for the Shire. I guess, Dale is probably another place. Could have a windmill. A windmill for every board. Hey, Kami Nowani, how are you doing? So, Kami, we're making some terrain here. So, Plushie, she is, I think she's headed off to take care of the dog. Well, probably dog and bird. But we're actually constructing ourselves a bit of a windmill here. And there is just enough clearance. Okay, well, I mean, more than enough clearance. But this is part of our Rohan terrain building here. A little bit of Rohan. And now we're not setting fire to the windmill here, but we have built a whole bunch of previous buildings actually. This was one of our first ones that we built here, and of course we set fire to it. Normally we do painting here. Thursdays we do terrain. So typically we're painting stuff, right? That's one of our, we also sculpt things on here. So here's one of our, we sculpted this on a Thursday, painted it up on a Friday. And of course, Treebeard is not amused at all about what he sees here with all this wood. He's like, are you an orc? You smell like an orc. Of course, I haven't taken my Claritin yet, so I'm kind of nose blind right now. All right. I thought so. I thought so. Here, look at just pop a few of these little pieces here on the sides. Hopefully, I guess we're going to cut that one down a little bit. I guess we're going to have to pre-measure some of these here. And it looks like we need a new glue stick in there soon too. What about you? Are you going to be the right size? You're also a little bit warped there, so I'm going to have to cut you down just a little bit. Oogly, how are you doing? Nice to see you back. Hopefully your week has gone well. And I'm just going to use me another piece of this wood here, just again that we don't get toasted. Other side here. Come on. I guess we have to cut this one down too. Who knows? It might just be easier to get the glue on there. I'm going to come in this way with it. Yep. All right, what about you? Yep, going to cut you down as well. All right. That's better. And then we also do have to use our heavy gel on the roofs, right? And I'm just going to use the gel. I'm not going to use the straw and everything else. I think we're going to just not quite do that. I also want to use the gesso. Actually, I want to try the gesso, see what happens with that. You know what? I think I will. Yeah, I'm going to use these here. I'm going to cut that down like so. Some glue here. All right. And another piece over here. We'll just cut a little angle on that. I'm usually just having some coffee. Well, our windmill can certainly make the products that go along with things like breakfast. That's for sure. Because, frosted flakes, best choice, bite size. Okay. Let's not have that fall apart on us. But I'm also going to see if I can get something like that stuck in here. I think we'll use some super glue on this instead of just the hot glue gun. This is all wood, so don't have to worry about that's not terribly long. I need one that's a bit longer than that. Aha. All right, that's better. So these are just staples right here. We do try to match them though to our drill bits, and then guard both with our lives. That's better. Okay, and it's reasonably straight there now. Okay. Now this is just going to get set off to the side because we want to do some roof action here. Now what we have been doing on our last couple of roofs here, as you can see on the stable and on the archery range, we have been using, if I can even find it, I think it might have actually, it may not even be in the room here, but we've been using that sort of almost like a straw type material there. Ah, here it is. So I've been using something like that. I don't know, maybe I do have enough here. Maybe we can give it a shot. And what did we learn last week? We learned that if you spritz this stuff with water, it actually is a lot easier to work with. So here we'll just throw out some of this stuff, I guess. What the heck? And then we'll try it with some gesso. Now I had to get the golden acrylics version here. 1 second. Yeah, this is the extra heavy gel gloss that we've used before, but I want to try this white gesso here and see if it's maybe a little bit easier to work with. See, I don't think it has the structural, I don't think it has quite the structural nature that we're looking for, so I think we won't be able to use that. I think we'll just go with our regular heavy gloss gel. I was thinking of this for stucco or whatever, for things like our Dunlending houses. All right, in which case then, now I have to try and locate my Liquitex Heavy Gel, which is this. I am going to unplug this hot glue gun here, especially now since we might be spritzing some water, like that. I'm going to move some of this stuff out of the way here, so that we can maybe get to some cutting, or some brushing of stuff, and not cutting. Let's move all these guys out of the way here. And do I have a little container of water? Just a little bit of water here. Okay. Enough to get things going. And we'll just find ourselves a brush, one that we've kind of abused already. Oh, look. It's got all kinds of gel sitting on it, so this should work good. This should be just fine. All right, so again, Liquitex Heavy Gloss Gel, we use it for, we call it Elementium because we use it for everything. We use it for icicles here, right? We've used it for fire, not just on our buildings, but that campfire right there, that is also Heavy Gloss Gel. I just want to make sure we got a decent focus for you here. I think we do. Also going to cut down on the brightness a smidge. It starts out white. It does not dry white. And this is how it's going to dry. Like that. I mean, it literally dries clear. So, all right, let's get some of this out here now. We don't need a ton because, again, we've got ourselves a nice small roof. But yeah, that gesso never would have had the texture like this. I might mix that gesso with something like this in the future to see if I can extend the gesso a little bit, or the heavy gloss gel. Okay. Like so here. And we'll let that extend over the roof line just a smidge. And even this, to me, is enough to... Sorry. There we go. All right, so I think we're all good. So sorry about that. These are definitely a little bit more challenging streams to do. When you're just painting stuff, you literally just have a miniature in your hands, and that's no big deal. Terrain is a little bit more active. Okay. Here we are. Bit more here. Just looking to fill in all these gaps there. Push this over this way. And again, have a little bit of this hanging over the edge. All right. Now, one thing we've learned is if we spritz this stuff here, again, it becomes a lot easier to work with. So let's do that. Where's my... There it is. That's not where it was supposed to be. Let's see. So Lady Bee, yep, that's what we were just talking about here a few minutes ago. So this building was painted with the oil paints, and we're just going to use... Actually, it's better. It is so much easier painting the stuff with the oils than the acrylics, because the oils, obviously, they get down in all the little crevices so much easier than the acrylics do. And I mean a lot easier than the acrylics do. It's like orders of magnitude easier. Also, the oils are, they make the darks are a lot easier to get with the oils than the acrylics, and with the terrain stuff, you're relying on darks a lot. So yeah, the oils are just so much easier for the terrain. That's we'll be sticking with that from now on for sure. Now, I don't know, I don't have a ton of that stuff sitting around here, so we'll just have to kind of be judicious with it here. I'm just going to spritz this again. This softens this up, minus the hair. And then we just position this. Get a little more water in there. And oh look, I have a bit more that I can just squeeze in right there. So Lady B, the other thing, speaking of cardboard, now I was talking earlier about foam core and how when I painted it, it all got warped. Well, the pink foam doesn't warp, right? Because, well, it's foam and it just got paper on it. But the oils don't have water. So you could, in theory, also paint like my backdrops, right? My painted backdrops, I could paint those with the oils on cardboard. And theoretically, the cardboard doesn't warp at all because there's no water in it. So that's something else that I want to give a try, is see if I can actually use my oils for painted backdrops just on cardboard, because I don't have, I would hope, I got tons of cardboard here from all of the, well, there's lots of large things that we've had shipped here, just art things or whatever. So they have, there's a lot of large pieces of cardboard. And if I could use those, that would be sensational. All right, so we've started to create our, again, not just a roof texture, but hopefully, I don't know, some a little extra here with the, whatever this stuff is. I wish I knew what it was called. I don't know what it's called, so I couldn't tell you. We've tried kind of looking for this stuff, haven't been able to find it yet. Where's my, there it is. Immersive World Crafter, how you doing? Yep, so Immersive World, we start here. Well, fortunately for me, it's still Thursday here when I begin my Terrain Thursdays, but it quickly becomes Friday. It quickly leaches into Friday, but then terrain should be every day. Every day should be a terrain day because terrain is just so much darn fun. I think every single day should be a terrain day, especially when you're making windmills. Seriously, where's our, there it is. Wow, look at that on camera. There you go, man. Look at that. That's there's a windmill right there going really fast. Wow, that's probably making some folks dizzy. Maybe I should do some more of that. Or maybe or maybe not. Maybe that's just the sadistic part of me that's thinking I should do some more of that. Let's see. Yes, I thought so. Immersive World Crafter. Every day is a terrain day. I think every day, everywhere should be terrain day. All right, well, I just want to make sure I don't use up all of this stuff because I just don't think I have any more of that around. Oh, I do have a little, I have another little bundle here. So I have one more little bundle left. See, to me, I think it's part of a tree or a bush or something because there's all these pieces of, well, tree in it. All right, here's our other roof. And it was important here because we had some gaps we wanted to fill in. So let's do some of that here. Bithron is trying out the heavy gloss gel for the Dunlending building. Oh, yeah. Now, so Bithron, what I need to find, and I don't know where the heck it is, it's somewhere in this house, is all of my static grass, because I want to throw static grass into this. Because obviously you want sod, right? A sod roof. So yeah, I've got to find my gotta find all my static grass. Just my junk static grass. I don't want to use the good stuff. I really don't need to use a ton of this here because we made these roofs relatively small, thank goodness. So I won't need to use up a lot of my heavy gloss gel. Well, I do have another container. but it's a different, well, I don't know if it could be exactly the same, maybe only slightly different, I don't know. Hopefully it's pretty much the same stuff. So yeah, that's what I was gonna do for my Dunlending Croft, to have that sod roof, is to just take a bunch of static grass and chuck it into either the gel, well, probably gel and paste maybe mixed together, so it has a little bit of grit to it maybe. Oh, and some glue. Yes, I probably would mix some glue in with it too, like wood glue or whatever, to give it a little bit extra hold. All right, now it's time for some of this stuff here. And I'm just gonna, there it is. I'm gonna just spritz this and soften it up best as I can here. That's just water, by the way. There's nothing crazy, just water. Yeah, let's just spread this out. It's just a lot easier to do something like that when it's got the water in it. And this is way easier than teddy bear fur. It's certainly way less expensive than teddy bear fur. And again, you don't even have to use all of the stuff that I'm using here, right? This mossy stuff or whatever it is. You could just use literally the gloss gel. That would be enough. Here we're gonna spritz you. There you are. Like so. And get you tamped down. There we are. Same over here. Get that tamped down, move it around a little bit. Get some of our extra gel over here. Let's see. All right, let's keep going. Bring in more of this. And then we have some of this obviously going to hang over our roof line, like so. And this is pretty much the last of it here, so let's make good use of it. There's another little batch here. All right, and get you tamped down. Getting hanging off the edge here. Also filling in whatever gaps we might have had. That's why I wasn't worried about any cuts there, because I knew they were going to be filled in with some more of this. And I always have some water on hand so I can move this a little bit easier. Okay, and you can put more layers of this. You don't just have to put one layer. If this dries and you say, I'd like some more texture, well, guess what? You just throw another layer on there. No big deal. Now, that's not something I can do on stream. All right, let's do the other side now. And I think we've saved just enough of that. And again, we did all of our decorative stuff earlier, all of the gables and such. Fill in these gaps again. Did on the other one. I was glad that I took some of the hot glue and did some preliminary filling of those gaps. Yeah, this gel really Absolutely love it for so many things. We've made rivers out of it. Not, fire. I've sculpted hair on miniatures where, say, that there's a bunch of mold lines running through whatever. On some of the larger resin figures. Right up to our roof line there. Again, this is a mostly underlayment foam. There's pink insulation foam in a few areas, but it's mostly the underlayment foam. So that's going to go under flooring. Now you're not going to find that probably in the, well, insulation section of a Home Depot, Hobby, or Lowe's, or whatever the heck the places are by you. I do believe that most everywhere else they refer to those as DIY shops or whatever. I think we've got our good start on all of our gel. Get some of it to hang over the edge already here. Hey, Jack, nice to see you. Yeah, Jack, we've oh, this has been very entertaining. Now let me see if I can move this out of the way so that we can have enough room to look at that, huh? That is very fun. That thing is really solid. I'm surprised at just how solid that thing is. I was very worried that it would be super fragile, but I don't think I had to worry about that. All right, and I'm just gonna start to position whatever this is, my moss, whatever that is. I don't know what it is. We've been trying to figure out exactly what the heck that stuff is. Haven't been able to find it yet. Anyway, online, I guess. I'm focusing on this part right here because I really want to cover up, again, some of that stuff. And that's pretty much the last of my, I mean, there's some shards around here. There's a lot of water all over the place. Let's see if do I even have a paper towel around here anymore? Not really. I am just going to use a spritz or two of water on there and start tamping this down. Tamp this down. You can, like I said, you can move it around. Look at this. See, I can move that stuff around on my roof here. Again, poof, get that where I need to cover any kind of gaps. Let's push that over here too. Okay, let's just shove you right over into that corner there. Yeah, it's amazing how many buildings we've already constructed. I think, is this the 5th building? Because I'm counting that GW test building as one of the buildings. So yeah, actually this is building number 6. Right? Yeah, this is our 6th building. And is in 5 weeks. And that's just on one Thursday stream. That's not, we haven't taken any other stream time, just the Thursday streams. And the Thursday streams are not the long ones like the Saturday streams. Now, did she say, did Mary Poppins, was she under the thing of super fragile realistic? Is that how she liked her terrain? Was super fragile realistic? It sounds that way. But that's what we were talking about. Gosh, was it last week or something? The kind of like ship construction or armor construction, where you have to balance the realism versus the strength of it. There's all these different factors to think about. So I'm just, whatever I can find here, I'm just going to dip some of that in there and use some water here. Again, to tamp that down. That works. See if I can get a little bit more. I'm just going to see what I can find that's just kind of sitting around here. There are some shards of it. But eventually we're going to run out of this stuff, and I'm just going to go, where the heck do I find more of this? I'm going to stick you right over there. Get some water. And tamp all that stuff down with the water. So actually, I'm kind of glad that I did this. Now that I realize there's not that many more buildings left that we're going to be doing. I think a lot of them are going to be more of the ruined variety. The next intact one I think I would do would be the blacksmith, because that could be an interesting objective type of building maybe. So here, this is where we're going to start to use just our gel here and get that hanging off the edge. You can see how it just kind of stays there, right? It's not going anywhere. This is why it's great for icicles. We're going to actually have some Angmar terrain with icicles. Yes, and iron hills. We'll have to have iron hills terrain with icicles hanging off of it. Here, let's get a little bit of our water there and make sure that doesn't stick too much. So again, we've got some texture coming off the roof. How about we do the same maybe over here? There we go. And sometimes when this is partially cured, and you can tell it's partially cured because it becomes clear, you can actually kind of go in there and maybe scribe a little more texture into it as well. This does add a lot of extra strength and durability to the building, I have to say. And the nice thing is it doesn't warp the roof either. Also good. So I think what she said, she was under the camp that like super realistic fragile terrain. So yeah, super realistic fragile terrain. Yeah, this has to be number 6 if we count our, yeah, I think so. All right, where's up? Again, I wish I had some paper towels in here, but I think we pretty much wiped out all of the paper towels. Now, we better get some in tomorrow. Actually, I don't have any for 3D printing either, but speaking, we do have our barrels that we 3D printed. Okay, now, next thing here. Where's my drill bit? Let's see what happens here. And drill through this. Is this going to be strong enough? I'm going to get this building out of the way here because it could just be disastrous if we let that get hit by something. Here, 1 second. Let me, there we go. Let's see what happens here. Haha. Yeah. That's what I was hoping for. It works. And now it is probably going to sag a little bit, so I would probably glue this in place. I'm just kind of having some extra fun with it there. I could actually maybe glue some, I might just do that too. On the inside here, I'm gonna maybe, should it be a piece of foam or should it be a piece of balsa wood maybe? Nah, or maybe an extra piece of balsa wood on the back there. So it comes through that and maybe, I don't know. Oh, of course, we turned off our glue gun. We got to get that plugged in again. So 1 second here. So I'm thinking is if I glue this here and then we drill again into that, it might give us one little extra bit of support here. Because I don't want to extend this out any further, but it does move. Like I said, if I really wanted to, I could put some rope there and such, but just not going to do that because I think that would be just too much extra work there. So we got to wait on our glue gun a little bit. I'm going to get this water out of here though, because yeah, that could be, we don't want to have to worry about that too. So see, we got the, look at this. So we're kind of scribing a little extra texture in here before that stuff sets. Something that you can do too. I'm just waiting again for the glue gun to fire up there. Again, drawing this down. Because it's kind of dried inside here, so it's makes that brush a little bit there. Ah, that's better. I'll pull some of that right off the edge too, because why not? All right, what about our glue gun there? Well, that's still not quite ready yet. So Jack, I need paper towels to be able to wipe off my brushes and stuff. And unfortunately, I pretty much have used up the last of them, even doing the 3D printing stuff. In fact, I used my last ones tonight for the 3D printer, so we definitely have to buy some more tomorrow. All right, so all I'm trying to do is just get a little extra support on the inside, something like this, and then we're going to have to drill our hole in a little bit more there. All right, let's move some of this stuff out of the way because we also wanted to have a bit of a railing around this too. So that comes back. And remember that's our stairs over there. And there's our little building that goes right there. And this is again, we don't necessarily have to glue that on there if we don't want to. Next thing is I would like to have some kind of a railing on this. I see it there on the original building. However, I'm just going to look and see what we've got piece-wise here. Do we have enough of the same type of pieces that we can use? And do I just use coffee stirrers? Let me grab a couple of coffee stirrers here, see if those are going to work. Actually, I do have these. Oh, I could use these instead of boards. We could just use these. That might work. I think that could almost be a little bit easier, actually. Hey, Offbeat Art. No, actually, Offbeat Art, I have not heard of the, what's that called? Warborn Kickstarter. Nope, I have not heard of that. That I can say for certain. Or do we just cut up these coffee stirrers here? I think there's enough of these to go around. How tall should they be? Well, let's ask one of our royal guard here. Actually, doesn't have to be very tall at all. You know what? In fact, I don't know if I necessarily have to do that. I think maybe just another level up here. You know, actually, no, I don't think we need to do anything else. We're just going to do that. I think that could be just fine. We got our supports over there. We got a stairwell over there. I mean, he's standing on a base anyway. I might just do, yeah, something center after that. But that worked out really well. Now let me, wow, that's tall. That is, that's tall. All right, where's my drill here? I'm gonna just see if I can gently drill through that last piece without snapping it off. Okay, we're in. Let's get our spinner attached to that. Pop you on here. Move my light out of the way. I think that did add a little bit of extra structural stability. Oh my gosh, that is monstrous. But it has, I mean, it's a windmill, for crying out loud. It's not a lawn fan. It's a windmill. So I think that really does work. I'm going to move this building here. And this is, hey, Nalind, how are you doing? Nice to see you. Oh, everybody, if you could please, well, you're already following Nalind. If you're awake at this time, you're already following Nalind. But just make sure that you haven't been unfollowed. So again, it's Rohan, Peekaboo, Rohan, Peekaboo. And of course, it made out of some very tasty cereal right there. Yeah. Oh, that's extra fun. Actually, I'm going to unplug this hot glue gun here because we will forget about that. So I think we've got ourselves a working construct right here. Yes. We have ourselves a windmill. And that can just go right here. That's very cool. Actually, I'm going to glue that on there now. Onto this bit here. So I'm going to reconnect my hot glue gun again, because I just realized I do have to take some kind of pictures of this tomorrow, but I don't have to attach the spinner just yet. All right, so that's going to get glued in right there. That's going to be good. So Nalin, how are you doing? I hope that you had yourself a decent week so far. Ooh, let's make sure we have another one of these in our hot glue gun here, because we're going to want a decent amount of that on here. This has to be pretty darn strong. Now, of course, we can't do any more stuff on the inside there. Here, let's hopefully we don't run out of glue. Okay, good. Man, we're just going to slide this around and make sure it's in a decent spot there. And there I was thinking, how English is that rotating thing on a mill being said? Hey, avocado kids. How you? Oh, I hope that things are just doing a little bit better each day. I'm going to take away my big piece here, if I can. Whoops. Almost forgot about the stairwell there. All right. So that's how tall this thing is. And come on, there you go. And wow, that's actually enough to support the weight of this thing without tipping over. So I can leave this separate. I don't have to necessarily glue this onto the main piece because we could just have it like this. So we got effectively we have two different types of structures. We went all Bithron on this, and we said maybe this is one structure because I could, on that other piece, I could turn that into a fortress of some kind, like a watchtower. So, hey, Bithron, we made double pieces, or we made a double terrain piece. Here, let's move that just enough so people can see the Rohani goodness there. Look at that. So, Avocado Kids, I really do hope that things maybe are just kind of get a little bit better each day. That's, you know what? I'm actually going to plug that glue gun back in. Yes, I know I keep unplugging it and plugging it back in, but I would, if I could. Oh no, I never did unplug it. All right. I didn't mean for all of that stuff to go fly in there, but I'm going to put another little piece of trim on here if I can. I do have my scissors here. All right. Let me see if that piece can go under here. Doesn't seem like it, so we're just going to have to kind of do this the old-fashioned way. Okay. I got a kitten. Pet therapy is amazing. We'll be back this night in a few weeks. Avocado Kid, that's fantastic. That is really great to hear. Of course, you know, having some critters around is always extra fun. All right, there's a little extra trim right there, and then down here too. I might do the same thing with a piece that's slightly bigger there. Okay. Once again, just something to add a little more structural stability here. Well, thanks so much for the lurk there, Avocado Kids. You know, that's always appreciated. And just so glad that things are going better, looking up. Here, let's again not torture ourselves right here. That's not going to be so handy. All right, good. That again, that's just to give myself a little bit of extra stability there. So again, it is just like our Rohan archery range, the same kind of roof. Same thing we did for the stable. Same thing we did for the not so great Hall of Erkenbrand. So that is definitely something we've been employing on the last few buildings here. But wow, this is, I did not think that was going to be enough weight to compensate for this, because this is mostly wood here, whereas all this is mostly just pink foam. But that's pretty solid there. Yeah, that's not too, and again, I was hoping that I could maybe just have this building be a separate thing and not necessarily part of that broader area. So I won't put the, yeah, I'm not going to put the, and I'll leave the barrels be modular too. That should work. Okay, well, now that it is 4 o'clock in the morning here, I'm going to see actually who is available out there for a possible raiding party maybe. Let me just see what's going on out there in the Twitchiverse. It looks like it's a nomadic Chris Adams, and he actually is painting, which is very cool. So thanks, Jack, so much. Yeah, this has been really fun. So there's that's really been fun. I did not expect that to work the way it did, but and it does move. Seriously, look at that. It moves. All right. Well, that's really cool. Oh, thanks, Nolan. And let's also thank our moderator, Armored Wolf, who has been here all 4 hours, 35 minutes of this crazy adventure. And if you're looking for the rest of it here, again, that's this section right here that we did. Big old bottom section here. So we can kind of do this building a couple of different ways for sure. Yeah. Now I'll probably throw in the texture on there as far as my ground texture later and such. So thanks again, everybody. I will get this raid countdown started here. And we will be back to our usual painting stream in about 14 and a half hours from now. So we will be streaming once again. And then, of course, Saturday too, right? So there's the front of our little water mill. So very fun. And we're going to get started on our raid right now. See you later, Jack and Bitron.